It's like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
What's that, young peasant? You've had enough of clown world. Allow me to present the antidote.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Yeah, that's right.
How Vinny Eastwood of you?
We're back. How's it going, Andy PG?
Yeah, I'm good, mate.
Raw.
We also need to welcome
Raw.
a special guest into the studio, none other than Cropsy, the Geo artist, a long-time friend. Big up, Cropsy.
What's up, brother?
Rise above. Good to see everyone.
Good, man. Speak. You kiss that mic,
You've got to
mate,
have
when
the mic.
you...
The mic needs to basically
that's it.
touch
You
the
make
lip.
sweet love to it, mate.
First time.
There you go.
We'll be chatting to Cropsy in a new section of the show. Well, it's not new. Big up your local artist.
He's probably going to upset any alien enthusiasts.
Yeah, coming at about 11 o'clock. Now, Andy PG, it's been it's been a pretty tumultuous couple of weeks in clown world.
I'd say this is pretty up there with the absolute pinnacle of COVID 93, 91.
COVID at 93.
Yeah.
So what happened there? It's been a crazy 2 weeks. It's so crazy that this thumbnail almost seems out of date.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I think we were even planning about
Well, this
talking
fat
about
walrus on the right, she's well out of date now.
talking about the Olympics at some point, but like that's all sort of gone out of the window now because of everything else that's happened. That's the situation we're in.
That's correct, guys. If you notice, Bartender is on the flyer there. He will be in the studio spinning some shit.
Absolutely. Bartender will be closing us with the last hour. Tonight is a customer services special, and we will be opening the phone lines later on, possibly about 11:30.
Maybe earlier.
Maybe earlier. No, I meant 10:30, 11, didn't I?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right,
that's
10:30, 11, something like that. But before that, we need to really address what's been going on.
Should we disclaimer?
Well,
Do you wanna do
I'll
that now?
tell you what. Let me just get rid of some.
Housekeeping.
Let's just get rid of official business out of the way first. So what's been going on with Rise Above? We did the Olympic special in our last show, and for anyone that wants to see the follow up, you need to get over to Patreon because
Patreon's be busy.
Patreon's been very busy. Big shout out to all of the new subscribers. That's how is the best way to support Rise Above. Let me just get the caption, the QR code.
Me and
on the
stuff are doing
screen.
stuff during the week for Patreon, and that we're going to try and do it like a lot more often than we have been. It's been going
Obviously,
good the last couple of weeks.
we don't have to hold our tongues behind a paywall, guys. It's only £3 a month. You get almost one new video every week.
It's highly offensive.
Sometimes it's highly offensive. What else do you get here with the Patreon? You get 10% merch discount, 33% Raw Academy discount, and discounts on event tickets when we next put on an event. It's only £3 a month. We have got.
And you'll get extra little trinkets at events.
Oh,
when
and
we do
apart from that,
yeah.
we post on there. I put fresh memes on there. You can chat to other members of the Ramish community. So it's well worth £3 a month.
It's for the inner cult members.
Yeah, you've really got to be in the cult to get on Patreon, let's face it. Right, so what else do we need to tell you about?
Buy us a fucking coffee from time to time as well.
It's only 4 weeks. Yeah, you can buy us a coffee if you want to support us as well. Here's the QR code for that. And as you know, guys, we also sell merchandise because Rise Above Live on a Friday night is always going to be free. But obviously, having a sick podcast like this, that doesn't come for free. And if we don't sell any T-shirts or get any coffees, we have to pay for it. Okay.
Go on. Yeah, put the thing back on. That's it.
Liber Polko.
Yeah,
so
it's not long. It's not long.
4 weeks' time, we are heading out to Serbia to meet with Jeff Berwick, Max Egan, and some other big names
And we're hosting a party.
And we're hosting the party for the president of Lieberland. We are very, very pleased to be heading to Lieberpolko. Get on their website now, get a ticket, and meet us out in Serbia.
We're taking the wives, we're taking magic.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to have some good content, good videos. We're going to have a little explore around Belgrade as well, I think.
Ramesh Wags are coming, aren't they?
Yeah.
And like you say, Magix is coming to do an exclusive set, so it's going to be something special.
Remixing the national anthem.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
173 peasants.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
8 minutes in.
Remember, we haven't opened the phone lines yet. That's going to happen later on.
Shout out to all the regulars. We've got Pamela Swan's in there, Glitterati. We see Rachel McCaskill. Yeah, Delta Dawn. She's there. I'm sure Baz is there somewhere.
Our next live show is the week after next. And this guy, I've been waiting to chat to for quite a long time. We met him at...
we met him on a whim.
On a whim. We met him on... Yeah, it was the Sounds Beautiful Festival,
He was the first person that we interacted with when we rocked up, parked the car and got out at Sounds Beautiful Festival. He was dressed like Willy Wonka. He was basically just like a Tartarian Willy Wonka.
Martin was like a one-man festival inside the festival, wasn't he?
For sure, yeah. He's a micro festival.
He was a Michael festival inside himself. Yeah, so basically, I've told Martin that when he comes on this show in 2 weeks' time, I think it's the 23rd of August. I've made it very clear that he needs to come armed with some like mighty Schwab show, full presentation, like a nice 2-hour presentation. Everything old world, hidden history, nature of the realm.
Tartaria in your face.
Tartaria, mud
free
flood,
energy.
Reset. Let's get down to business. And
ethoric energy, and if it's all bullshit or not.
Absolutely. Right, okay. We're now 9 minutes into the show, which is a little bit longer than I planned. It's about time that we started talking about current events.
Disclaimer.
We have got a guest who I'm going to be inviting into the stream in just don't spit your coffee out, Mike. In just a moment. Before we get him on, obviously for anyone that's not in the UK, right? We made again a Peasantron video about this the other night. And listen, a lot has been going on.
Way more than I would like, actually, because we can't keep up with it all to report accurately on absolutely everything.
Yeah, but I'm sure anyone's seen in the mainstream media, if you haven't experienced it yourself, that the UK is having some of the most organised civil unrest.
It's having a full retard meltdown.
Yeah. Basically,
nationally.
A peasants' revolt is going on at the moment.
It's peasant v peasant.
Yeah.
In the peasant sphere.
There have been a number of incidents that we're going to talk about tonight that have led up to this civil unrest.
Some of these very disturbing. So everyone, we would like to ask everyone, especially in the chat, and who's going to comment on this on YouTube, please be respectful to everyone's different views, yeah? Because no one's got the full picture.
That's what
we
Rise
don't
Above is
know what's
about.
going on. Like Mike, who we're going to have on the show in a minute, he doesn't know what's going on. Like there's, everyone's got a different opinion, so we all just need to be respectful of everyone else's opinions.
Now, because I've been through YouTube compliance training, I also need to point out that not all of the things we're going to talk about tonight are the opinion of Rise Above. Mike is going to come on in a moment with another take on the legitimacy of one of the events that has kicked off this civil unrest in the UK. All right, let's get him on the panel. Now, a lot of people watching might know me from something called the Serco speech. Yeah?
That's right.
Now, you're wondering where this is going, aren't you?
No, not at all.
Oh, right, okay. So I first made a video about Serco, but then I did a speech on a park bench in Bournemouth, and the person that actually invited me along to that protest or that gathering to make this speech was our guest, who I'm going to get on right now. He goes by Mike Double J. Mike, welcome to Rise Above.
How you doing, boys? All right?
Yeah, all good. We've known each other for quite a while, Mike, way before any of this happened, right?
Way before, yeah. Probably got going on for 10 years, and I think it was. To be honest, I think it probably was in the backdrop of one of these terror attacks. To be honest, I think probably about 10 years ago, maybe like Westminster or something like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, absolutely. No, so you were doing a lot of grassroots work in 2020 in our local area, the Poole and Bournemouth area, and I'm going to say it right now. You've got your ear to the ground a great deal, even more so than myself, with regards to being out and meeting people. I spend a lot of time behind the screen and in the studio and stuff. So, in my opinion, you are quite a learned guy. Now, in the past, we haven't always agreed on certain things. But I think it's good to have different voices. So that's why I've invited you on the show tonight. Go on.
This is the thing that's lost, like, at the end of the day, like, we can all have different opinions, and we're not necessarily all going to agree with each other. But the good thing about it is and I think the thing that's lost a lot these days is sometimes you can disagree and still be friends and still be all right with each other. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
We're not all going to agree and say everything, are we?
No, absolutely. And
We can still have a drink together and have a little chat.
And I think that's something that you're right, has been forgotten. And with current events, just like in 2020, in many ways, the outcome is that people are being divided and pushed apart further than they were before they happened. Yeah. So
Dividing conquer
now,
tactics, aren't they?
I think we've got a slight delay on mic here.
we have got a delay, so I'm just going to press the button to
Can
put
we
Mike
see if we
out,
can crispen that up a bit?
and I'm going to get him back in again.
Someone in the chat, I just saw that. I forget the name. Somebody's asking if Mike is wearing a Freemasonry t-shirt.
Mike, what does your t-shirt say?
I knew this would come out right. So it's a muse, and I believe it's a little bit of a piss take of the Freemason sign.
Is it the band's Muse?
You wear Muse, but it's Will of the People.
Okay.
Right?
That I hope that's put anyone at rest in the comment section.
No, we've got some fantastic memes here. We like to, as you know, Mike, we like to keep it light-hearted, even when we're talking about really serious things. So we've got some really good memes here from You've Been Nudged, sort of encapsulating, the last couple of weeks in the UK. A lot of things being set on fire. This is from You've Been Nudged, this one too, and also I particularly like this one. 28 days later, from director Klaus Schwab and producer George Soros, with the creators of facial recognition cameras and digital ID, Benjamin Netanyahu gives it five Solomon stars for this production.
Of course he does.
Starring Keir Starmer, a damn boil on the arse of humanity. And we've got some nice ones here.
No.
It's quite good Schwabry. Relax, Starmageddon hasn't happened. The grown-ups are back in charge.
Starmageddon.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael.
So, Mike, do you think did you notice that as soon, and I know that you're not someone that goes to vote or anything, but did you notice as soon as Labour got into power and Starmer came in, that it's almost like someone turned on a switch in the UK and everything went mental?
Lord Schwab said.
Yeah, it was definitely a trigger. And there's a couple of other things that, with the Southport attack that I believe are to do with Labour taking over. I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but there obviously is some sort of like faction above them, like controlling it, obviously. But yeah,
Sure.
there definitely was a noticed difference after Starmer.
Right, now, this post here is the one that we disagreed on a little bit. Jason Archaics is someone that
Let's
we
get rid of the overlay.
Oh, I'll get rid of the overlay, right? Because we need to start off with some context here, because what's going on right now has been predicted. It's been predicted quite accurately. Jason is one person that basically said here, I'm just going to read some of this out. His predictions were as thus: increase in knife attacks and media reporting of such attacks, increase in violence during Olympics.
Not at.
Yeah, just during the same time span. Violence between migrants deliberately placed in Western nations and people of European descent. Massive increase in pushing media pundits, pushing Christianity and society into accepting a Christian Reich. Now, it says here, all predicted in Archaics 18 months ago in several videos. The second seed of the apocalypse is designed to take peace from the earth during the unveiling, the uncovering period, root words of apocalypse. When truths are openly revealed to the public to be understood by the spiritually discerning, while the same truths are used by the controllers to further enslave the spiritually vacuous, who will refuse to believe that what they're experiencing and witnessing is actually planned, executed, and broadcast specifically to enslave them.
Broadcasting across the entire crater realm.
That was really good. That was perfect. Now, I can't help but say that whether you agree with the details of what Archaics is saying here, the timing he got was perfect.
Nobody can say that this was like he's just said this recently. He said this on the last time he was on the show.
That was before
way
Christmas,
before,
but
way
he'd already
before.
been saying it for months before he came on.
He did,
That's why we got him on the show.
But that's the last time he said it on our show, and that was Christmas. So it's way before any of this shit was going down.
Now, I think actually, to be fair, Mike, there was another one of these posts from him that mentioned
He actually,
the
I'm
young
just going
men.
to correct this as well. I know this is his post, but he did actually originally say small arms warfare. But an increase in knife attacks is that.
And he
Yeah,
also
yeah,
used
all
guerrilla groups as well, didn't he?
I think he did say something like that, yeah. Now, I'm not going to lie, Jason, when he came on the show, he almost hinted that he thinks the young men that came on boats that are in hotels at some point are going to have access to sort of like weapons and stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily
that's
agree
what-
with that. That was your problem, I think, and that's what made you comment. Can you just sort of elaborate on what your problem is with that angle?
If I'm honest, Lance, I think it was actually David Icke post I got funny with, wasn't it? Because
Oh, yes. No, it was. It was David Icke. Yeah,
On that note of what we were just talking
I'll be
about,
honest,
before we go any further,
One sec.
please go on.
Sorry.
No, go on, Mike. Go on.
I mean, rereading that post from David Icke, I probably jumped the gun a little bit. But the thing that really bothered me big time was the first line of it. Children have died. And obviously, again, we have to go into the allegedly and all this stuff. But for me, David Icke, who has obviously been in the game for 20, 25 years, he will know that most of these events are staged with no deaths. And the reason that it peed me off that the first line of that status was basically implying that children have died, when I'm pretty sure he will know that there's a high chance that that is not the case. Because if you've looked into terror attacks, which I'm sure he probably has, he a lot of the other attacks were staged. But the reason I get funny with people saying these things like right at the start of attacks, because it's such a key thing to them that they fit that the public believes that people have died, and the reason being is because it has the same effect whether you believe the mainstream agenda or whether you believe the alternative stories. It has exactly the same effect because you still believe that people have died, and obviously you've seen it over the last couple of weeks with all the riots. I don't think this would have happened if a large percentage of people would know that it was staged. And obviously, when we go into Southport a little bit more, I'll explain my point a little bit better.
Okay, cool. Maybe
that's my view on it, basically.
Maybe we'll put a pin in that for now, just so we go a little bit further. And like you said, Mike, you come back to your research on the Southport thing. On what I was going to say. Oh shit! No, I've lost my train of thought now. What did I butt in for just before Mike?
I don't know. I stopped you from butting in.
Yeah.
But we were talking about obviously archaics.
It was relevant, but it's okay. If it comes back to me,
I started talking about David Icke was also used some language about the young men on boats, right? Now,
yeah,
that's a problematic argument, right? And it has been in the UK for a while to say that obviously everyone can notice that there seems to be this phenomenon of young men migrants that are predominantly men, like easily like 60, 70, 80, 90% men. Okay.
I agree with that. It's probably more than that. To be fair, but the thing I've been saying, obviously similar to what Jason has said over the last 18 months, I believe all this stuff with the fighting men, it's been gaslighting us for these terror campaigns that they're going to be carrying out. And I've been saying this for the last 18 months. And I haven't changed that opinion. Like, for example, I don't know if you remember the last year when they had the migrants with the guns in hotels. I don't know if you remember that. And they had that video going around, kicking about, and it went viral. And what is that going to make people think? It's going to make them think that these migrants are coming over and they're going to attack us. They've been gaslighted. Yeah, go on.
Sorry to just jump in there, Mike. Just before we go any further, so Auntie Kovitz actually reminded me in the chat that was my point. You actually asked Mike about that the immigrant or non-UK origin people might have access to weapons later down the line. And what I was going to say was, do you remember back in the BLM riots and we saw footage of the police leaving stacks of bricks?
I do remember
and
that.
other weaponry.
Yes, yeah, I remember
right,
that, yeah.
Literally, that was from the law enforcement, and they were strategically placing that around and letting people know where they were, so that they can go get armed.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put it. I'm not saying they are, but I wouldn't put it past the authorities doing the same thing
Well,
here.
well, listen. As you know, you've heard it. I did this monologue on Shelley Tasker's show on Wednesday night, where basically I just spoke for an hour about what I thought is going on. And one thing that I said was, these young men coming over are essentially victims of human trafficking, right?
Yeah.
Because what's actually happening is, whether all these failed states, war zones, and countries that have been decimated from Western imperialism, they have these human trafficking gangs, human smugglers, right? And it costs in between €1,500 up to €5,000 to get in one of those dinghies. So imagine you've scraped together all of your money that you've got in the whole world. You probably sold everything, probably got some of your family's money as well, based on a load of lies, to get on one of those dinghies. Then you end up in the jungle in Calais for 18 months. Someone sets fire to that. Then you escape and you manage to get on another dinghy by some other dodgy bastard. And then you open the UK, and then someone puts you in a travel lodge for a whole year. And you don't really know what you're doing there. Now, here's the thing. If you take any discussion about culture, about race, or about religion, even take the discussion away from Islam, the facts are that if you carried on importing young men from said failed states that have socially, economically disadvantaged to the host nation they're going to, right? Because language barriers, there aren't any jobs where they come from because it's a failed state. You're putting them at a huge disadvantage when they get here.
Bearing in mind it's the West that's fucked all their countries up.
Yes. And, you know, there's that just from an anthropological point of view, if you carried on doing that, it would never end well, because you could actually start to tip the gender balance in a society which sits at about roughly 104 men to every 100 women born.
What did you say the other night, the actual statistic in humankind, not in the UK? Was it 1.2 males to
1.3 to 1.4 males are born for every female that are born in a country that is stable with no health problems.
Right. No. I said what's natural to the human race. You're always going to. It's just genetics.
Their natural standard is the West. So
Right,
that's where the standard of that is set. It's a very studied thing. But they said that if you get in a society to 110 men for every woman, things start to get very bad very quickly.
See these people? These are on this side here.
No, you just clicked on a video that we weren't supposed to show
I
you.
didn't click nothing.
Did you not?
No, I moved the mouse.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Don't worry. But basically, if you get to... No, don't worry. It wasn't you.
No. I was getting a comment up that I saw. But
I need to get to... Let me just get to try and find this actual graphic. Here it is. This is it. The human sex ratio. It's 105 or 106 males to every female. Now, if that goes up by only 4 or 5, it's a very studied thing that society goes very bad. It happens in countries that allow polygamous marriages.
So multiple wives.
So what happens is the most successful rich men start to take 4 or 5 wives, which means there are physically less wives available for all the other men, especially those at the bottom of the pile.
So
and
then,
they're unable to compete.
You would naturally get social problems from
and social problems involved in young men that are disadvantaged and can't compete. Those social problems are unfortunately violent crime and sexual crime.
Yeah.
This is just an anthropological study of this. You can't get away from this stuff. So take any of those other arguments out of the window. I would say that this is an attack on the fabric of the society that the target is. Can you see what I'm saying here? Even if you don't give these people weapons, even if you don't give them a job,
mate, they're going to be pissed that they can't go and take a woman out on a date, whether it's they can't communicate properly or they can't afford to buy them drinks or get a cab home, stuff like that. How can they?
This is what I said, Shelley Tasker. How many of those young guys in the hotels can go to the pub on a Friday night in the pool?
Yeah, precisely.
Or even if they get on Tinder, what, you're going to come back to my migrant hotel?
Yeah. So, get raped by my brotherhood.
I'm saying that, well, in some other European countries, this problem has already become very bad, because in some small German towns, they've imported so many male migrants, they've actually tipped the gender scale to 111 or 112. Which,
again, I wouldn't like go out, this isn't out of this world to suggest that might be a localized experiment.
Yeah, well,
to see just how far they can fuck shit up.
I also found this week there's an island in Italy, a small island that has a population of 4,000 people. In 1 year, or a pretty relatively short period of time, they put 18,000 migrants on it.
So Miss Becky showed me, Becky S Investigates, the other day, she showed me a post or an article about a small village in the UK, which is, I think there's 600 residents there, maybe even less than that, and they're trying to turn it into a city with 350,000. And this is one of the most ancient little villages, towns in the UK, and it's got like over 1,000 years of heritage, and they're like want to turn it into a city, and that's Keir Starmer.
It's the Great Reset in action.
Yeah, for sure, mate. But that is you think where all this is going to be? This ain't going to be a white city.
No,
a white Christian city, indigenous people from the UK. That's going to be mainly
Schwab City.
Sorry. But you think about that for the people that have lived, maybe that's a transgenerational home that they've had there in this little village. You think that's going to devalue their shit so much?
Well, imagine the people on that Italian island when 18,000
that's what
migrants
I'm talking
turned up.
about. So anywhere where this happens, imagine in Bournemouth or somewhere like that where you've got one of these hotels with migrants in. Some fucker might be living next door to that hotel. I bet their house has just gone down by about 250 grand.
No, because you've got like sort of like paid agitators and dickheads outside chucking bottles and stuff at it.
I bet their house insurance has gone right through the roof.
Mike, are you aware? Have you heard of the letter that was written from the famous Freemason Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871, where he predicts all 3 world wars? It's quite a famous document.
Yeah. No, I've seen that.
Yeah. Right.
Do you not think we've already had the Third World War, though? I always think that the First World War was possibly when was that? It was late 1800s, is it, wasn't it?
Right. So although this letter doesn't officially exist and it's a total conspiracy theory and a hoax, it was written in 1871, and it's called the Illuminati Plan for 3 World Wars. So I'm just going to read out the bit from the Third World War. It said it will be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agenda of the Illuminati between political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Now, what I said also is that where it says political Zionism, I don't actually necessarily think that just means the state of Israel.
1871, yeah?
Yeah, 1871.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. He really nailed it in this fake letter that didn't exist, because the whole of Europe, America, Canada, the Commonwealth, all of those countries are technically political Zion as well, because they're giving billions of dollars to Israel. They are staunchly behind the Zionist plan.
This is what I mean. They've
weaponized.
They've literally weaponized the entire West against Islam now.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah, no, did you just say, is it the Bible playing out?
You're not just the Bible playing out another version of that.
Well, I mean,
that Bible was written by man, and I just think they're playing it out.
The thing is, though, we all know if you follow Jason Arquette's work, he states like multiple years ago in his videos that the Little Hats have rewritten
the Black Cube
organisation have rewritten the Bible, so why wouldn't they write themselves in for what their plans are?
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
And they're the ones in this day and age that are literally making their ancient prophecy. Don't forget, we've talked about this. This is transgenerational shit that goes on with these dark occultist families, right? So some ancient families rewritten their Little Hat organisations, rewritten the Bible, ancient times, and now they're same probably bloodlines fulfilling what they wrote now or trying to make it happen in real time.
The letter goes on to say, meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to the fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion. Economic exhaustion, I think that's a really important bit. Then we will unleash the nihilists, and the atheists will provide a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will clearly show the nations the effects of absolute atheism, the origin of savagery, and the end and the most bloody of turmoil. Sounds good, doesn't it? So the question is,
a little bit of this do you not think a little bit of it's playing out now, where like the tide is turning a little bit
I
against
think the
Israel?
full thing's playing
Playing
out now.
absolutely,
Yeah, yeah.
I think we're in full swing.
absolutely. Who remembers this? Let me just get this back up on the screen.
This was last month's flavour of the week.
Mike, do you remember when there was
Next to the Housekeeping.
yeah, this is right next to the Housekeeping. When the horses ran through the street, the King's Guard horses broke free. Was this
That was bizarre,
an
wasn't it?
omen? Yeah. Was it a prophecy
yeah,
to say
no.
We're gonna
That makes
get
sense.
into
That
the
makes
occult
sense.
tonight. We're gonna get there.
we're about to break the second seal of the apocalypse? We're going to take peace from the earth.
Yeah.
Watch out, peasants! Here it comes.
If you want to get really like into the occult, then like the universe speaks. The construct will speak in a way that's not a language.
Yeah. Now we know where this is all going with what's happening in the UK. No one needs to just hold out to suck eggs when it comes to where this is going to end up. This little slide here on the left, did you bring this to our attention, Mike? That this guy, they said, has been arrested after being on a Zoom call discussing non-violent, civil resistance, imprisoned for 5 years. Is this? Do you think this is a psyop? Do you think this is bullshit just to scare people into like giving up their freedom of speech?
I believe so, yeah, mate. Yeah, it's another Andrew Tate. I remember, I'm not very good at remembering things off the top of my head, but yeah, it's just in a long list of trying to scare us, isn't it, into not speaking out. Obviously, your average Joe is gonna know who he is. Yeah, just have that effect of, well, if I come out protesting as well, maybe I'm going to get arrested. But to be fair, he is quite a radical bloke. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his videos. He's
I haven't. I'm not familiar with this guy.
I haven't, no. So
he's the founder of Extinction Rebellion, and obviously they've just gone over to Just All now, haven't they? But yeah, I came across him about 6-7 years ago, and because obviously I don't know if you remember, we were protesting about the homeless sanctuary back in, I believe it was 2017, and very soon after this group come on the scene. And I attended a couple of their protests in London, and you could tell that it was just all controlled. Like they blocked off, I believe, Westminster Bridge and a couple of the bridges along the Thames, and the police just kind of left them to it. I mean, for example, if you or I like went and protested and blocked off all those bridges on London, we just get dragged off, wouldn't we, straight away? And that's when I started to look into him, like, I don't know when it was, 6-7 years ago, and he starts to look into all the links, and he's linked with some quite what's the word, rich guys. You kind of and also you witness obviously the protest yourself that are totally controlled. You kind of it's. I mean that's where it all started with all this. Like they've basically made protesting for the average person. It's never going to happen. Like basically, like the public now absolutely hate protesters, don't they? Absolutely hate.
Yeah,
them.
you think?
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Mike. You think since the BLM shit, right? They, especially them smashing up England. Fuck me, that George Floyd dude wasn't even from the UK or anything to do with England. And then people started smashing up London, all sorts of statues and everything. And then you think during Divock 91. That everyone was protesting against that, and the majority of peasants who are NPCs are like they're absolutely flabbergasted at the fact that nobody's wearing masks.
Well, we had people shouting granny killer at us and stuff when we were on the marches. That's what I mean.
So you've got two massive instances there where protesters are being completely demonised. And now look at this.
Here's a good one. Do you know what I saw just the other day, right, on the subject of Just Stop Oil, which is reporting on this guy here, Roger Hallam. I saw two protesters, Mike. They'd gone into Heathrow or Gatwick with basically what looked like big fire extinguishers and hoses, but the fire extinguishers were full of paint, like orange paint, and they'd gone into the thing, they'd sprayed the departure screens right? So imagine going in, first of all, walking into one of the most highly locked down airports in the world, Heathrow or Gatwick. Yeah, there's literally police with MP5s all over the place. They've walked in with 2 big canisters, pressurized, started spraying orange paint all over the screens. Then they're walking down the corridors, spraying orange paint all over the place.
I mean, it's so stressful going to an airport anyway. The last thing you need is some dick spraying around paint.
You wouldn't even get in the door, mate. If one of us tried to do that, you're walking into the airport with a big article that clearly isn't a piece of
No,
luggage.
they'd see you on cameras.
It could
Even
be a bomb. It could be anything.
Yeah, yeah.
And
You'd be stopped. You wouldn't even. Yeah.
To me, it was so obvious that they were allowed to do that. It was just unbelievable, just so blatant. Anyone who's been to the airport knows you wouldn't get away with that.
No. And the biggest thing Extinction Rebellion have done for me is I don't know if you're aware of Belarus during before I don't know what we what can I use, scandemic?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, before scandemic, Belarus were basically being targeted by what I believe is probably Western nations, and they were funding protests, and what they were doing was blocking off roads to all their critical infrastructure, and it didn't bring them to their knees, but it basically all their critical infrastructure. So like the oil refineries, all their commodities, just everything that you can block off. So what I believe Extinction Rebellion have done is they have changed the laws in this country, where if you or I block off any roads, the laws have changed now where they can just drag you off. So basically, the establishment's biggest threat, which would be from protesting, which would be blocking off strategic roads to certain infrastructure or whatever it may be,
Hospitals and stuff like that.
has basically been stopped by Extinction Rebellion, dead. Like if you because I used to say before 2019, the best way to bring with protests, the best way to bring them to their knees is to block off all their critical infrastructure. So block off, go to the oil refineries, go to the nuclear plants, and just block off any of the lorries, for example, that are coming out. But you wouldn't be able to do that now because of Extinction Rebellion.
Right, so like a proper problem reaction solution, send them in to cause the problem.
Well, this is another one. That's another protest that's been like demonised now, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's just seen as cunts. Yeah.
So another strong theme with what people are noticing with what's going on there seems to be, and I hate to use the phrase because it's a Tommy Robinson phrase, it's 2-tier policing. Now, people have noticed that certain protests or riots weren't protests, they were just riots. There was a riot in Hare Hill and Leeds where people were barefaced setting fire to buses and police cars, rolling over police cars. Basically, the police ran away. Nothing really seemed to happen. But then as soon as this Southport incident happened, there was many protests which seemed to turn violent. But then the police are there with riot gear. They've got dogs. They're setting dogs on people. And then everyone's getting called the far right.
We had this during the scandemic, didn't we, Lance? So they were doing I don't know what you call it. It was a kind of 2-tier police. They were policing Black Lives Matter, totally different to how they were policing the anti-lockdown protests, weren't they? Totally different, like literally opposite. So it's kind of already they've already kind of tested it to an extent, haven't they?
It's trying to bait the opposition. That's why
given a name to it, haven't they?
Yeah. So, but now that the whole word 2-tier policing has sort of got a negative connotation because it's getting labelled by the legacy media as a term from the far right. So I sort of wanted to come up with something a bit better. I'm going to call it the 2-tier police state. I started off with this symbol here, but I wanted to go a little bit deeper, and I came up with this. And I think this really sort of sums it up. On the right, you've got this sort of like middle-aged lady with a handbag getting manhandled by the police with her face down to the floor. That's not good. That's not allowed. So that's in red. And then on the right-hand side, you have a riot which seems to be predominantly Muslim people that are turning over a police car, and everyone's just got their phone out and getting away with it. Now, everyone seems to be noticing this, and obviously this is like it's sort of like bipolar social engineering. With one event, you can get 2 totally different reactions.
Well, For starters, Keir Starmer's clearly a homosexual, isn't he?
We called him queer styling.
He's clearly an actual homosexual. The guy's clearly gay, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, if you can't even admit that to yourself or the public, you know, you have to parade around with a fake wife, then there's an issue right at the start, isn't there? So he's definitely like baiting the public with what he's doing. He's literally he knows. I made a Facebook post about this. He knows it was Thomas Sheridan.
Mate, we're going to show Thomas Sheridan's post in a minute.
The guy knows exactly what he's doing. This is not a unlearned man. This is a very clever guy. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's got some excellent advisors. Some of them, which are probably excellent psychologists, and know exactly what the reaction is going to be from the action that they put out.
Yeah, no, the two queer police state,
and the guy's clearly a fag.
Andy PG.
Sorry.
National capability to combat violent disorder, sharing intelligence, facial recognition technology, and preventative measures to resist people's movements will be part of the response. Starmer said his meeting with police chiefs. This was like the first. This wasn't even the Cobra meeting. He's had 2 Cobra meetings since this. This was the first thing straight after.
I don't think Boris had one, did he?
Oh no, but Boris had a Cobra meeting every week during the Soviet Union, mate. The PM described those behind the unrest as a gang of thugs. He's going to have a harsh response to far-right hatred. He said the pain of the families of Southport attack victims is unimaginable, and the authorities must be given time to do their job. And then at the bottom, he told the Muslim community he will take every step that's necessary to keep them safe. And the far-right are showing who they are by attacking mosques.
On a note where he's just
Michael,
where he's basically sided with the Muslim community, I did hear something. I forget. I told Becky about this the other day. I was at work and I just quickly had a ciggy at work and I had a little scroll. I can't remember who shared it, but it was a good video, and they said that I think the actual numbers, the figures of, we'll call them white Christians, yeah, just for native people from the UK. They're actually only 37% of the population. So why wouldn't Mr. Starmer side with the majority over the minority, purely from a mathematical standpoint of somebody who's just got into office? They just put that out there for something to think about, something to chew on. Which I thought was actually quite
so he's
relevant.
actually just going for votes.
That's what they said.
That's a good point. Well, so it looks like these are the tenets of the two-tier police state. Lots more facial recognition. He also said something about having a standing army of like all these new officers. Like all we ever hear about is there aren't enough police officers as it is. They can't recruit enough police as it is.
And now all of a sudden they got teams going after social media people, and now a standing army.
Where is a whole new standing army going to come from?
Well, we've speculated. I said to my mate the other day when we were chatting about this at work, I said, well, we now know what all these hotels full of immigrants are for.
They'll be the standing army?
No. I meant to cause civil unrest because they're all coming out now and fucking backing up the current Muslim population, which are already here and pissed off. Right, so that it just adding fuel to the fire. But maybe a portion of them are here to do this. But again, that doesn't really make sense. If back earlier in the show we said a lot of the percentage of these people, they don't even speak English. How can they going to be a police force if they can't even communicate?
Is that
with
true?
the public?
Is that true? Though, are they joining the protests? Because
I don't know. This is what This is what we said at the start. Nobody truly knows.
Maybe we need to have a conversation about who is actually, what have we actually seen? Who is at these protests? Because I'm going to say right now, I've seen a complete spectrum of people, from obvious paid agitators, useful idiots,
mind-controlled,
and regular people that are just upset on both sides. We've seen what everyone is calling the far right, which are like, they're basically football hooligans. They go to a protest with a can of Stella in their hand, and they just sort of grunt things loudly. None of them have got protest signs. They turn up like in a Stowline jacket and with a can of Stella, and they shout like "Take our country back." This
is the problem, because all of they're calling it protests, aren't they? Right? They might as well say an organised riot. Right, because at this point in the game, what is this? Is it 2 weeks now since the Southport incident?
Yep.
I feel now that these aren't people protesting about their little
girls.
Let
me be balanced.
I think these are people that just want to have a scrap.
I was also going to say that on the other side, although you have people from, say, like the Asian or the Muslim community that are just coming out concerned and wanting to protect their property, you also have people wearing balaclavas
Yeah, it's not cool.
Holding swords, shouting Allahu Akbar, going and looking for the far right
Oh,
now.
for sure.
So now we've had this like powerful binary opposition created that wasn't really there before. Maybe it had been bubbling under the surface in certain communities, but they're literally trying to nationalise it.
I mean, they had, look, my missus is from Burnley, right, up north, and in 2001 they had fucking race riots, right? The whole town was fucking murked, destroyed, fucked, and they tried. This is a conversation we'll get into later on the show, but they tried to organise a protest there. Somebody did, right, but the locals weren't having it because they'd learned better from what they've done previously, and that was a race war. And so
I've
now,
got it right here.
yeah, and it's not. So this here, right, my missus will tell you, right, and I've been up to Burnley like loads of times, and I've met loads of people up there. They do not speak like this. This is not
On the
how.
right-hand side.
This is not how they speak, and this was the thing that was advertised all over social media. For a protest in Burnley, which nobody took the bait for, nobody turned up. So that makes me think this wasn't a local that's organised this. Because Becky saw this straight away and she was like, nah, this is fucked
And on
up.
the left, this is the one that went around to Bournemouth University people. All on the same night. Was this Thursday night when this happened?
I think
yeah.
Wednesday
Yeah,
was in, but I think Wednesday, yeah.
Wednesday night.
Because originally there was a protest planned in a protest planned in Bournemouth for the 18th of August, right? Which is next. Is it next week or the week after? And then all of a sudden it got moved right up to the week that it was announced that it was going to be the 18th, and then all of a sudden they did it 2 days later, which is weird in itself.
Right. I think what we need to do at this point is let Mike get his cards on the table, because earlier on, obviously, we've been talking about this, what happened in Southport. Now, what has happened, according to the mainstream media, is some young 17-year-old nutcase has gone into a Taylor Swift dance school, yeah, and just started stabbing everyone. Lots of young girls have got stabbed, and three young girls have died, according to the mainstream media.
Disclaimer, guys, there might be some, if you've got any young kids or anything like that listening, there might be some information here you might not want them to
And like
know.
I said earlier on, we're discussing different ideas on this show. That Mike's going to give some of his ideas. They're not necessarily the ideas of Rise Above, but I've invited him on the show to share his ideas and his own research. And I think he's a diligent guy, hence inviting him on. So, Mike, I'm going to give you the floor. Let me just. Do you want me to get your screen up, or is that in for a moment?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm probably going to need a little bit of help. We had a bit of trouble,
Okay.
didn't we, when we were setting up trying to get the screen and stuff. But yeah, it should be all right. I'll see how it goes, mate, at the end of the day.
All right, mate.
Yeah, obviously this story broke obviously on the 29th of July. We had obviously what you've just said, allegedly 17-year-old is killed 3 children. He was injured 8 others. So the first thing I want to point out is obviously that first day and what happened. So the first thing that happened was they shared, it was a rumor was going around online that it was a guy, an immigrant on a boat, wasn't it? So he was and he'd come over on a boat. And I believe they put the name as Ali Al-Shakati.
I've heard Katie Hopkins say that. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
by all the right media, so GB News, Talk TV, LBC. You had Andrew Tate sharing it. You had Nigel Farage. So for me, and I'll go into why in a bit. This was done on purpose, and it had to have been done on purpose for the thing I'm going to tell you next. So basically, as you know, within 24 hours, a protest was organised at 8 p.m. We might be able to. I'll see if I can get up the live.
Your audio is going a bit funny, Mike. You might want to actually turn your camera off so that we can hear you more clearly. On the bottom left, yeah, there's a little bottom, and the bottom left next to the microphone, you can actually just disable your camera, and then the whole signal will be used on what you're saying, because it's cutting in and out a little bit, because it's like, I think there's a poor signal.
I'll just say just click on the video player. Is that right?
Yeah, so on the little buttons at the bottom where it says disable camera, it's the button one in from the
Disable
left.
camera, yeah, I see, yeah.
Yeah. Just click that.
Right.
Right. Okay. That. Yeah, I can already hear you more clearly, I think.
So I'm going to try and get this flyer up. All right, there we go.
And remember, guys, we're just discussing different ideas here. This is Rise Above. We're not sticking our sword in the dirt on any one of these subjects. We've got Mike on.
We're just cooking some rabbit, lads.
Yeah, it's just some rabbit. What's everybody saying?
So,
Go on.
this protest was organised for 8 p.m. the next day. I don't know if you're aware of what sort of work goes into organising protests. So you're going to have to make a flyer, you're going to have to share it to groups, you're going to have to coordinate with others to work out locations and times and stuff. And this is not to mention that this obviously attack happens at 11:50 on the 29th of July. And throughout that day, there wasn't a huge amount of reporting on it, if I'm honest, because I didn't hear about it until the evening. So, but this is where the sharing of that Ali al-Shikati comes in as key, because those protests, that was organised at 8 p.m. the next day in Southport, would not got off the ground without the rumours of a migrant carrying out this attack, which was obviously rebutted later.
Right. So yeah, you're actually questioning the legitimacy of the timeline. Like, is there literally enough time to set up a protest at a certain point in less than 24 hours?
Yeah, and obviously, like for example, if that protest, obviously, so you've got it's organised for the next day at 8 p.m. So you've got to share. You've obviously got to make that flyer. You've got to share it. You've got to share it to groups. So you've got to coordinate where you're going to be, and you've got and not to mention that you need time really to build up the numbers. But again, and this is why I think this name being shared by migrant was really key, because I don't think that protest would have got off the ground if that rumor wasn't going around the day before. Because if the rumor, if for example you had the day before they just come out and said, oh, it's a Rwandan refugee, 17-year-old, he's a Christian, non-Muslim, do you think people would have gone to that protest the next day? Because
it's a very good point. It's almost the same as what happened at the Manchester airport. They showed the policeman kicking the Muslim guy in the head, and they let everyone get really mad about that for 5 or 6 days before showing the full video of the two Muslim guys like savagely beating the female police officers on the floor to the point of their face being all bust up.
Shocking, that video, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to condone anyone kicking anyone in the head. But when you've seen a female colleague or maybe a friend get like savagely beaten, and then you finally wrestled the guy and you've got him on the floor and you finally got him in handcuffs, a quick dig happens. That's when the adrenaline takes over. So, I just thought it was so telling that they baited everyone for 5 or 6 days with the first video, which was clearly cut very strategically.
No, I totally agree. Why are they actually doing that? I mean, do many people actually ask the question, why did they do that? Why did they actually do that? Because it fits into all the divide and conquer crap, doesn't it? Because I mean, I think I fell for it at first when you see it, you're like, oh my god, aren't you like straight away? And then
oh my god, we've got a George Floyd moment in the UK. That's what people were saying about it.
Yeah, it's very shocking. And obviously that point with the protest, I think first of all, I just don't think you can organise a protest that quickly within 24 hours without it being planned beforehand, like for a few days, or for a few weeks. Like I'm not sure who actually attended that protest in Southport.
Do you not think that it would have been such a trigger to the general NPC peasantry and the lager louts and the hooligan types that they would have been like, yeah, I'm coming out. This is, fucking.
Well,
Well, I'm not having this, mate.
If you could argue that if this all is a site,
But again, go back to the
Sorry, mate, what-
the name being obviously shared the day before. Would that have worked if that
I don't know, mate. I'm just saying maybe
Yeah.
it was
Yeah,
such an extremity that
I think also when you've got all of the major players like your Andrew Tate, Tommy Robinson, and Katie Hopkins all sharing the same bit of information, that's quite powerful. If this is a deeper psyop, as we're pertaining it could be, then when all those big powerful voices are on board, it's maybe all the technology that people have been installing in themselves in the last couple of years covertly for microwave energy beams to control them is starting to be activated.
On that note, what did Matt Landman say? I said this to Becky the other day. What did Matt Landman say about one of the particular ingredients which makes peasants angry?
What did he
that
say?
They're spraying as part of the ingredients which makes people angry. I can't remember which one it was.
I think it's also quite coincidental that we've had like almost a 2-week heat wave in the UK to get all of the peasant blood boiling like really hard.
Yeah.
Just right leading up to this event. It's almost like the perfect storm, the perfect set of circumstances.
The peasant cauldron pot is about to boil over.
Yeah. The pressure cooker. Okay, right. Sorry, Mike. Where were we?
Yeah, so obviously those 2 points, and then I think one of the biggest points is the children that allegedly died were named within 24 hours. And I don't think this would happen organically. And also 3 families put out statements within 48 hours, and 2 of those within 24 hours. And I think we've talked about this before, Lance, but I mean, I used the Bournemouth Beach incident as an example. So I don't know if you remember the tragic incident with those 3 children where they drowned in the water off Bournemouth Pier.
Yeah.
And if you remember that case, they did not name the children for at least 3 or 4 days. And all the details of what happened on that day was up in the air for 3-4 weeks. So we were getting fed little bits here, little bit there. And obviously I know you've got first-hand experience with this, Lance, because they were
the Echo phoned me because the boat that was involved in what turned out to allegedly be an accident where these kids died. It was actually moored up in the yard next to ours, and we knew that. And I don't know what information they were hoping to get out of me. I hadn't even seen the boat. All I knew was it was next door. But yeah, the Echo phoned because basically. So what was it? 3 children. I think it was 3 or 4. I can't remember. Died. In next to Bournemouth Pier, and there was so little information and so much speculation about what happened, and this went on for the best part of a week. It was a real big thing in the town.
Yeah, and to be honest, the actual story of what happened it probably went on for about 3 or 4 weeks, didn't it? Like what actually happened. There was little stories coming out here. There was rumours the boat was possibly involved, wasn't there? And there's lots of rumours going about, and the actual truth of the story wasn't really established properly until like 3-4 weeks after. And this is what you find with a lot of these events. All the information just comes out just too quick. Like I don't like for emotional and confidentiality reasons, if I can say the fucking word. You just would not name the children that quickly. And I say, to get statements off,
unless you wanted the maximum effect.
But can I just ask? So Mike, can I ask you a couple of questions? Do you think people died?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not?
No, I don't. Well, I'll do my next. Perfect timing. We'll explain.
Sorry,
that
mate. You cut out then right at the start of your. Can you just repeat what you said there after?
Points where I think you may have seen it online where I shared it on Facebook. The timing of the event I believe, categorically proves it. Well, not categorically, but is a strong evidence at still stage.
That wasn't my question. I said, do you think people died? Not if it was staged or not.
believe people. I don't.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that one of my next points will explain why I believe that. But the main reason I believe this is because I've since 2005 bombings, I pretty much looked into every terror attack really, really deeply, and every time you stage with no deaths. And by going into
Mike,
quite
can we
detail, and
can
I don't
we stop
expect
you,
you
mate?
to believe me by saying that.
Mike,
But,
can we just stop you, mate? You're cutting in and out, and we can't
It's
really.
like every time you say something important, it gets really modulated.
Yeah, whether we're being censored or not is irrelevant. We're just trying to get you to hear. We couldn't really hear what you were saying there in that last sentence, mate.
1 sec. Let me just put him out and put him back in again. It's annoying because this
Just
happens,
hold fire, guys. We'll try and sort some stuff out.
because this always happens when someone is saying
When some
something
juicy stuff's coming on,
juicy. Can you just do a sound check, please, Mike?
yeah, there was. Yeah, is that better?
That's fine.
seems
Okay.
better.
Right. Maybe if we right.
What's your signal like there, Mike? Does it say it's all right?
Yeah, it's not. It looks all right. Yeah. To be honest,
Right,
I
I'll tell you
have
what,
cut out
I'm
a couple
gonna
of times when I've
I'm
been
going to
listening to
mute
you guys.
us. I'm going to mute us. Right, Mike. Carry on with what you were saying. This is why that you think that this is staged with no deaths. I'm going to mute us.
Right, I'll tell you what the best thing to do, I think, would be to go into my timing points. So the 11:50 time is too perfect for me. So basically the dance class where it was officially 10 o'clock in the morning, 12 midday, so it's a 2 hour class.
Right, Mike. Mike, the audio is still really shit, mate. We're going to go to the backup. Right, you need to call in to the studio. We're going to put you just literally just get your
And you'll
phone
be
out,
loud and clear, mate.
and then it'll just be loud and clear because people can't hear what you're saying. It keeps cutting out. I'm putting the studio phone number on the screen. Andy PG.
Yeah.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, so just call us up on your phone, mate, and then just turn off the audio on your computer.
Treat it like a normal phone call.
Oh, you just
And-
put
but
it
you
on the
just-
screen. Right, yeah.
Yeah, you still carry on sharing your screen if you've got anything else to show, but I'm just going to literally...
Just for the audio, mate, because it's crackling in and out.
Yeah, so give us a call, and then
Yeah,
I'll turn
no
you off.
problem,
All right. Yeah, because...
It's so annoying because it's literally every time.
Yeah, every time
he's
it
saying
gets to the
something
part of
good.
the sentence with the juicy bit in,
Yeah,
it goes...
the fillet.
Yeah, every time we get to the fillet, it turns into
Yeah.
Transformers.
It's not your fault, mate. It's just a
Yeah,
dodgy
look at
connection
some of these comments.
I've just clicked my thing back on anyway, so hang on.
All right, okay. No sweat. I'm just going to read out some of the comments because this is customer services after all.
Yeah.
Someone is saying Mike is definitely being censored. Who just said that?
Or it could just be a poor connection, guys.
It could just be a
let's
poor
honest.
connection.
I mean, it does sound. How do they know when to censor him at the specific point? Unless
Someone-
this dude's in on it as well.
Vista the Cruz says Mike is definitely being censored. Someone is sat there with the button, pressing it on all the
Come on,
strategic
guys.
parts.
Come on. It's only 364 people tuned
Wow.
in.
Big shout out to everybody tuned in. This is Rise Above TV. Remember, we always go out live on a Friday night. Okay, so
There we
Mike's
go, there we
calling in.
go.
We can leave the camera on now, but I'll just mute Mike. Sweet.
Say something, Mike. Good evening.
Hello. Can you hear me?
All right.
One sec.
Let me just mute him on here. There we go. Okay, right. That's better, Mike. So carry on, mate. Oh,
No, I haven't got him.
what's going on? Why have we lost him?
Wait, Mike. Wait.
Wait.
He's not coming.
You haven't got Bluetooth turned on the phone, you bumper
What do
clat.
you mean? How have I got your phone turned on to Bluetooth?
Roadcaster Pro. Hold on, Mike. That's our fault. All right, say hello.
Hello.
There it is.
Yes,
there it is.
Right, okay.
Right, Mike.
You're
let
loud and
us
clear.
know-
No interruptions,
Yeah,
mate.
let us know why you think this was a psyop. Nobody died. It was all staged.
No, you've got to hold the phone to your head, mate. You've got to hold the phone up. Sorry. Yeah.
That's it, mate. Treat it like a normal phone call.
Okay. I can hear the stuff in the background now, so I'm going to have to turn myself down again.
Yeah, turn your external volume off and literally just treat it like a phone call.
Can you get it?
Why is that so dodgy? Oh my god. Let me just Bluetooth presets. Phone call.
Right, so
There we go. There we go.
That's it.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, perfect. It's all good. We got it sorted.
so between 10 and 12 o'clock was the dance class. And I believe 11:55 is just too perfect. So, and the reason I say that, so if you put yourself into the killer's shoes and hypothesize, so you'd either plan it or in detail, or it'd be a random attack. So you'd either look where the obviously location is, look where the dance class is, the times, and all that sort of stuff, or it would just literally be a random attack where he'd just go there randomly and obviously whatever happens.
Right.
So if we go with the planned in detail hypothesis, I mean, first of all, I would probably want to use a different weapon if you were trying to take out as many people as possible. Obviously, if your aim was to take out as many people as possible, you'd obviously choose a different location. And I want to try and give you an idea of where this place is. Give me 2 secs.
Surely, if this guy was like paid to do this or put up to this, it was a staged event. Surely he would have had access to a better weapon.
Yeah,
Well,
I would agree with that as well. Yeah,
So that
definitely.
then points to the fact that it wasn't staged.
Well,
Yeah, bear with me.
unless
Okay,
bear
no
with
worries,
me.
mate. No worries. No
Unless
worries.
you
That was
want-
my initial thought.
unless you want
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
want to stage a knife attack.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah, to bring on other knife attacks and like people see it
Right,
as it's trendy.
Well,
It's trending.
Okay, Mike.
Okay.
Okay, we got the map up. Yeah.
Right, so you got a screen. So this is Banks is allegedly where he lives with his parents, and this is where the attack was allegedly taken place. So I said allegedly, no, it is about 5 miles away from where he lives. So again, what I would ask, if you were planning the attack, why would you plan to do it in such a built up area, in an area also? So I'm trying to bring up. Oh, it's back, I think. So have you got that on the screen?
Yes,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah. We're seeing all of
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
So this is where the dance studio is. So I've just put these marks in because I believe this is where the blocks were to seal the scene. Why would you choose a small dance class like that, which is, I believe it was between 20 and 30 children? Why would you not choose a bigger location, like a bigger school? Okay, the schools are closed at the moment. So why would you not choose, like, say, a soft player or something like that, if your aim was
center.
or something, or just if your aim was to take out as many people or children as possible? Why would you choose that location over others? Well, I say, like, if I go again to try and give you an idea of how built up that area is, this is where I think the attack was there actually. It's just the street it was on.
I mean, if I was a psychopathic lunatic who wanted to create a psyop and start a civil unrest by slaughtering some children somewhere, I would probably do it. If I was a one-man band doing it, I would probably think that doing it is somewhere like where the person has chosen to do it or has been assigned to do it, there would be fairly little excess security. Like, I think there were only a couple of people, or a few adults there. I thought if you did this at somewhere else, like a sports centre, somewhere bigger, there's going to be much more opposition. Surely, I would imagine.
Okay, so this is another key point. So 11. So 11:50 is obviously 10 minutes before the parents are due to pick up their children. Why would you choose a time that is where you're possibly going to be bumping into the children's parents? There's a high chance that those parents are going to be intercepting you while you're attacking.
Yeah, for sure.
So why would you choose? Why would you choose that time? If you were planning the attack, I don't think you would choose that time. I know I wouldn't. Like, I'm going to murder some kids, but yeah. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
One thing that I found interesting was they kept, when this attack was described in the mainstream media, the first word that came out was always Taylor Swift. The Taylor Swift dance class where the attack happened. The Taylor Swift. And I just thought that was really poignant, like, because there's been so much stuff about Taylor Swift.
She's been prominent in the mainstream.
Agree. I totally agree. And this is one of my later points, if I'm honest. But yeah, I agree. We've gaslit with the little Swifties, haven't we?
We'll leave it for your presentation, mate. If you've got that to address later on down the line, you keep rolling with what you got.
Yeah, brilliant, cool. Right, so let's go with the random attack hypothesis. So, and for me, this is where you go into the realms of coincidences that are just too high probability-wise to be possible. And to be honest, it does look like they are going down the route of it being a random attack. I believe that he's. I think there's rumours out at the moment, isn't there, with the article saying he's mentally incapacitated or something.
They say he's autistic. And while we were on the subject of the actual attacker in question, someone just said it in the comments section about the BBC connection. And I'd just like to point this out. Yeah, this kid was officially now removed from the Doctor Who themed children. It wasn't, I guess BBC Children in Need, isn't it? The Children in Need advert that starred Southport stabbing suspect Axel Rudukabana. This was in 2018. So he looks young.
Don't you find that I find that the thing with them sharing that BBC revelation, I find that I think they're baiting people. They're trying to make it. I don't really know why, but they're almost trying to making it obvious that he's an actor, aren't they? I don't really know why they're doing that, if I'm honest. But
maybe he was Manchurian candidated at like the Tavistock Institute via the BBC's Young Youth and Children in Need. There's some sort of like share of talent program.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I have obviously gone down that route. I mean, and like obviously that would come under the realms of obviously being a random attack, wouldn't it? But if we go back to that, I mean, if it is just a random attack, it is a massive coincidence that he's managed to time it exactly the time that the parents have come out. And obviously, you might obviously be asking yourself, well, why is that even relevant? Well, the reason I believe that is relevant is because if the attack was not done at 11:50, you wouldn't have that scene of hysterical parents running around after their children, and the scenes quoted in the paper it's like scenes from a horror movie. Yeah. So my hunch is they had actors in there. They were carrying out a scene like they have done in previous events, like in Boston, like in Nice in France. And so if you're a bystander going past and you've got roads cordoned off and they're all blocked off, you've got the police tape, and you're a bypasser walking past, and you see all these scenes of what I believe are actors running about hysterically. You've got blood on the floor, you've got makeup. And at the end of the day, if you're a bypasser, why are you going to think that that's not real? You're gonna think it's real, aren't you? So, and that's where I believe you get these accounts of it looked like scenes from a horror movie. That's my hunch, and I think that is the strongest point to suggest that this is staged, because if you like I said, if it's a random attack, it is a massive coincidence that out of all the time in the day that he's managed to pick 11:50. Like so for example, if he did the attack at 11:30, if the attack was carried out at 11:30, you wouldn't have those scenes where the parents would, because the parents have still got half an hour to pick their children up, haven't they? Yeah. So the police would get there before the parents, and you just wouldn't have that scene of which I think will be used as a big part of their evidence. And obviously, if you didn't have that scene, again, like if it's a planned attack, like it just does not make sense, like I said. And if it is a random attack, it's a massive coincidence that he's managed to pick exactly the same time as the parents that turned up to pick up their children. And that I'd say that for me is the strongest evidence suggested at the stage, because you wouldn't choose that time if it was planned or random, or say if it was random, it's just a
You would choose that time for maximum effect.
Yeah, but if you were staging an event, that would be an absolutely perfect time to do.
Okay.
So yeah, I believe that's the strongest evidence suggested at stage for me, because I just don't think you haven't got an explanation for the planned attack, and you haven't really got. I'll say, okay, if it was a random attack, it could coincidentally in time with the parents obviously coming to pick their kids up, but again, it is a massive coincidence. So that's that point.
Okay.
And if you go on to Jonathan Hayes, so Jonathan Hayes is basically the guy who allegedly intercepted the knifeman and got stabbed in the leg. Hang on a sec. Right, so here we go. So if I read the article, so
Okay.
a man who was stabbed as he tried to stop a knife attack in which 3 young girls died told the BBC he was saddened he could not have done more to protect them. Jonathan Hayes, who runs a business next door to Southport studio where the attack took place, was in critical condition after being stabbed in the leg and has undergone major surgery. From his hospital bed, even though he's in a critical condition, he told the BBC he did not see himself as a hero as some reports were portraying him. So, sorry, I'm going a bit too quick here, but if you, I'll try and bring it up. Where is it? Yeah.
So he's been stabbed in the leg critically, like life-threatening.
Yeah.
Major artery's been stabbed.
Yeah. So this is an ITV interview that was done on I believe August the 3rd, so 5 days after the event, and I mean he's allegedly was in a critical condition and has had major surgery on his legs. I've just played because it gives you 3 different angles.
Oh, Andy PG's bringing the popcorn. He doesn't look like someone that's just had major leg surgery to me.
I mean, you can't say categorically from these, but for me, and I've said it in a post, I think they're mocking us, because at the end of the day, if you've got a 6-minute ITV interview, like they've obviously got cameras in different angles on that room, and someone's had to edit that video up at the end, and they've obviously chose to show every angle of his legs. And for me, I think they're mocking us and showing, they're mocking us and showing this is a guy who was in critical condition and had major surgery on his leg. There's nothing there. Like,
no,
again, you can't say categorically, obviously, but does that man? Does it look like a man
he looks like he's on holiday? His legs are nice and tanned. He's got a nice pair of shorts on. He doesn't look like someone that's just had major surgery.
No. And one of the things that I find with a lot of these interviews with what I suspect are actors is they're too perfect. So, like for example, this conversation I'm having at the moment, I'm a little bit gibbery, I'm a little bit jabbery, and if you go back to like the 80s and 90s, for example, when you had like I don't know, a reporter was going into like a town and I don't know, something's happened in that town and they're just reporting that incident, and they just grab some random person off the street. That the interview doesn't always, you're not always going to get someone who can like speak like well like yourself, Lawrence, or but every single one of these like witnesses, they all speak really well. The interview's perfect.
Yeah,
there's no R's. It's almost like they've been trained before they do the interview. Like it doesn't seem natural. Like you're telling me like every single witness speaks really well. The law of averages is you would have a couple of people that don't particularly speak well.
Most people, if you put a camera and a microphone in front of a lot of people, they crumble. Even really confident people. I see it.
I'm a bit like it, mate. I'm a bit like it with speaker.
Mate. I see it with really hard men who've just fought in front of 10,000 people. When you put a camera in their face and give them a microphone, they literally start like fumbling and they get really nervous and stuff. So you're absolutely right in what you're saying there. The chances of having 5 or 6 witnesses that all are really articulate and look good on the camera and can present to the camera well is pretty slim.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I think with this event, they've definitely trained them really well, because the interviews go really smoothly. And I'll be honest, they're not like the ones you see in America, where you can clearly see they're a crisis actor. And for example, this Jonathan Hayes, he does actually own the building, I believe, that Dance Studio was in. So he definitely is a real. And I'll be honest, John, this is the thing that threw me off at first, because I thought he's definitely a real person. It's definitely, there's a lot. Excuse me. A lot of the time you find with these players in these events is they're like really loosely connected, or they live in a different town or something. But he definitely does have a business there. And I found the business page, and it definitely checks out. So my hunch is he's been trained, because I just the interview's too perfect, and it just you can just tell. I mean, I'm not going to lie, like your average guy on the street may not be able to tell, but when you've seen it lots and lots of times. But the fact is, these interviews are too perfect for me. They're just too perfect. They run too smoothly, and it's like they've been trained, basically.
Okay.
Right, and so one of the next witnesses, so it was a Joel Varight, I can't know how to pronounce it. And I'll be honest, this is a loose bit of evidence, but I do think it's relevant. Find it. Let me try and label all this stuff. Yeah. So this was 10 years ago, so I guess there is a loose connection. But that Joel Varight shared a video, say 10 years ago, it was a video from Tommy Robinson. So again, I'm not saying I can use this as hard evidence that it's staged or he's involved or anything like that. But he's got the right ideology, hasn't he?
And sorry, who is Joel?
Right, sorry,
Joel Verity is the guy that we've just seen in the shorts.
No, so Joel Varight is another witness. So I believe he was. I think they said he was a window cleaner, but I believe he's a gym instructor. Let me try and. You try and bring something up on this. So you might be able to take a picture.
Someone just bought a peasant advisory t-shirt.
Yeah, guys, should we throw him a CD or something? Or
we'll send him some beer mats.
Send some beer mats. Becky S investigates their design. Peasant juice. Anyone who buys any merch, we'll send you.
We
some
have
shit.
got these limited edition Rise Above Live. beer
Shout out to
mats.
Johnny. Johnny's bought some shit.
A big shout out to everyone supporting us by buying merch. Thank you.
So this guy here, if you've got the screen up.
Yeah, we watch it. We can see your screen.
Right, cool. So, yeah, he has shared.
Is this the guy? Yeah. So is this the guy that's like the gym instructor or the PT? Or
yeah,
something?
the gym instructor, basically. Yeah. So he shared a post from Tommy Robinson. Again, it's a really loose connection, 10 years ago, but it just proves he's got the right ideology, like to be involved as part of the payroll. He's got the right ideology, okay. and he was also convicted of beating up a taxi driver as well. So he's not a particularly nice bloke. He's the sort of guy that you could see could be coerced into a staged event.
Into playing a role, maybe.
Oh no, I think it's like the actual video.
So currently 413 peasants tuned
Holy
in.
shit, we've got 413 people tuned in.
Shit,
Right, there we go. So,
okay.
Yeah, man escapes jail after assaulting Southport taxi driver. Joel Varight from Southport says since 2016 he's pleaded guilty to assaulting a taxi driver and police officers during an altercation earlier this month. Again, I'm not using it. I'm just using it as evidence to support that he's the sort of guy that I believe could be involved in an event like this. To say he's got the right ideology, doesn't seem like he's a particularly nice bloke. In this case, Wright was arrested after being suspected of trying to strangle and assault a cab driver over a small fare from Churchtown to Southport. Despite his friends trying to stop him, he became angry, and when police tried to subdue him, assaulted 3 arresting officers. I say it's weak evidence to suggest that he's got the right ideology.
Can I ask you a question? Can I interrupt here quickly, Mike?
Yeah, sure.
And before I ask this, people in the comments just rein it in. What do you think of Tommy Robinson?
I think he's controlled opposition, mate.
Okay.
Funded by the Israelis.
Funded by Israelis.
Yeah.
There is speculation he's a Mossad agent.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Is that what you think? Yeah.
Isn't
I
he
agree,
also,
yeah.
is
If you
he
look in,
also
there's
Wasim
evidence.
Kempson too?
Sorry, go
Say
on.
again?
Go on.
Isn't he also that Imam Wasim Kempson?
Yeah,
as well?
that was my second question. Thanks, Mark. To be fair, you're getting your own back. How many times
Yeah,
have I
yeah,
done
exactly.
that?
I always do
I'll
that.
let you have that. So just explain why you think Tommy Robinson's controlled position on Mossad agent, and then afterwards, could you give us your opinion on if he's actually, what's the dude's name?
There's quite a lot of evidence to suggest he is. I mean, there's a picture of him, I believe, on an Israeli tank, I think.
Yeah, I've seen the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you or I are not going to be able to go on an Israeli tank, are we?
No.
So how is he managed to do that? He's obviously in with the Israelis. But then I think it's a hard one with Tommy Robinson. I mean, all I say with Tommy Robinson as well is, I mean, where was he during 2019 through 2022? Did nothing, did he? Absolutely nothing.
See,
during the scandal,
it was like he got deactivated.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Did absolutely nothing. And obviously, since obviously all this stuff's come up with the obviously the racial division and all that stuff, he's back in the game again, isn't he? Yeah, that's my opinion on him. Without going into too much detail and without obviously bringing up files and stuff, I can't really remember what.
I just wanted your overall opinion, which you give me. That's cool.
Cool. Yeah. So if we go on to the actual killer, obviously Axel, I'm not very good at pronouncing it, Rudaka Banu. You've obviously got that the BBC Children Needs connection, which I think is just bizarre, and I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest. Like, I get the feeling they're almost mocking us a little bit again with it. It's almost telling you he's an actor. I mean, I don't really. They haven't really given a lot of information, I'll be honest. They haven't given a lot of information about any of the family members, about the killer, and I do think maybe this is part of like a backstory or something. But again, I haven't even explained that bit, but there is rumours that his dad has links to the Rwandan military, and again, they are really, really weak links. But if that is the case, and he is involved in Rwandan military, and there's rumours that he's actually the nephew of the Rwandan leader at the moment. So if he was, it's exactly the sort of, I mean, BBC and MI5 are just working hand in hand, don't they? And I can't help but think it's got something to do with that. And
it's a rather telling connection.
It's bizarre,
something
isn't it?
might be a bit off.
It is bizarre. And you've also got, so obviously you mentioned his dad, who is, and I'll be honest, I do want to stress these are really what I call like one source links. So I mean, I'll bring up the. I shall bring up the post here.
Don't worry, guys. We will be opening the phone lines a little bit later to get your calls to see what you think. Because I know there's people in the comments section that are saying, I need to talk about this. Mike isn't from Southport. He doesn't know.
Guys, I'm putting the number up now, but don't call in now because I know Casey Connolly.
Well, you can't because Mike's on the phone.
No, that's what I'm saying. But people are asking for the number. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna.
The number will be on the screen.
Yeah. So you guys can call in on that, but don't do it now, because you're not going to get anywhere.
We've still got Bartender later on as well.
Yeah, man. That's what I mean. I told you it's going to be a long show tonight.
And we've got to speak to Cropsy as well.
Yeah, mate.
So yeah, Rise Above TV.
He's waiting patiently in the background, lurking.
He's got some gifts for the studio
as
well.
Oh, no.
Okay. Right. Do I need to get the screen back? Here we go.
Yeah. So this is the rumor of his dad. So I don't know if you want to. If I read it, if young Axel Magwana Radaku Banu had been son of Hutu, what would have been headlining. To be honest, I won't read that because it doesn't really make a lot of sense because I think it's talking more about Rwandan politics,
They're
which I don't particularly
Tutsi
understand.
genocide survivors.
Yeah, basically.
If anyone knows about the Hutu and Tutsi conflict, it was actually a genocide that happened with knives, where I don't know if it was thousands or hundreds of thousands of people were massacred with knives. They didn't have any guns.
Well, I'm glad you knew something about that.
Yeah. So there might actually be, if this is true, it could be sort of I don't know, what's it? Some transgenerational PTSD or something.
Yeah. I mean, I will stress that is the only source I can really find for this. I've checked this out. I've searched almost through my search engine, and I can't find anything more really apart from this and a couple of people who have repeated this paragraph. So I don't want to say that that's strong evidence, but there is rumours that he is involved with the Rwanda military. His mother has been in the United Nations for overseas act. You find it.
So, I suppose the picture you're painting is that he's not just a normal first generation immigrant. He's not just a normal.
I think they're state assets. That's my hunch, and I think they're like double agents of some sort. That's my hunch, and they work for MI5. Oh God, I tell you what, I should have.
Your research folder is too thick, mate.
It is, isn't it?
So we've got Mike on. He's questioning the legitimacy of the Southport event that has sort of been the official trigger for the very organised civil unrest that we've been seeing in the UK. So it's just over a week. It's been 9 days? 9 days now. We're 9 days into August. This happened on the 29th of July. This event in Southport, and I will stress, I said at the start, this is Mike's research, these are his opinions, these are not necessarily the views of Rise Above. We've got him on because he is questioning the legitimacy of this event, which has been the big trigger for everything else that we're talking about.
Okay. Also, Lance, I wanted to add, I forgot to say, so equally as strange as the children names being released after 24 hours is also the fact that the parents, apart from one lady who's the mother of Elsie Stankham, I believe, and she basically made a statement for the riots to stop, but that's the only reason her name's come out. But none of the parents of any of the injured children have been named, like not one. I say, apart from Jenny Stankham, who is the mother of Elsie Stankham, and the only reason that's come out is she made a statement, I believe, 2 days later, saying, "Can you stop the riots?" and all this stuff. But so basically, nearly 2 weeks after the event, none of the parents of any of the injured children, I say apart from one, have been named at all. And the reason I think they're doing this is because if you've got that scene, like I mentioned at the start, of actors and crisis actors running about in that area, and you've got your bystanders going past and seeing all this stuff, I suspect the names that they're going to be using for the parents are not going to be the same as those actors. Now, if you release the names of the parents literally like the day after the attack, those bystanders that have seen those scenes like a horror movie could possibly make the connection that they're not the same people. So this is my hunch of why they haven't released any of the parents' names, because again, it's a bit strange. They haven't released any of the parents' names. It's nearly 2 weeks after the attack now.
Yeah, I mean, on the other angle, if I haven't got any kids, but if one of them was murdered, and I already hate the media, the last thing I would want to be doing would be talking to them, or anyone, probably for that matter.
I agree with that.
So I'm just trying to play peasant's advocate here.
Yeah, I guess you could say, because there's not like a perpetrator to get hold of. It's sort of like a closed case. One thing I don't know if it was reported was how the guy was actually caught. Was he caught walking down the road with a knife in his hand? Did he try to evade capture?
Clear, to be honest.
No, that was one thing that was very unclear.
To be honest, all the details are not particularly clear. It's all a bit strange, to be honest. Like there's not a clear Like, they haven't released hardly any details at all. Like, and it also the fact as well, I'll be honest, I don't think I've even written this down. The fact that they've released a picture of him when he's a child, I don't really get what they're trying to do with that. I mean, why not show a picture of him when he's like now?
Yeah, because you would think that they would want to scare everyone by, showing a scary looking bloke rather than a little kid. Maybe it's part of like the double bipolar gaslighting. We'll send, you're saying it's all fake. I'm not saying that necessarily. Maybe I could say we've activated a Manchurian candidate or someone that's been groomed through the BBC and has been NK Ultra, whatever you want to say. The activation was made, and the outcome the outcome is thus, and now we're all experiencing it.
I'm still struggling to find this bloody thing.
Mike, we've got to open up the phone lines in a minute, and we've also got to speak to our guest in the studio. Is there any sort of any sort of thing you haven't covered? Any final thoughts? Because I've got to wrap it up. It's almost
no worries.
10,
there's one other little thing I wanted to sort of show you, is that I believe it links where they're links with Freemasons as well. So, I can find it.
This is why I make a slideshow and I put it. I take ages to put it all.
As
in
we've
order.
got a gap in the presentation here, I'd like to give a shout out to Kyle Greaves. It's his birthday early.
Oh
during
yeah,
the week.
happy birthday to Kyle Greaves.
He's one of our favourite characters here. We have on the show from time to time.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you want to support Rise Above, a good way to do it. If you just want to buy us a coffee, you can scan the QR code here. That really helps. Even better, for roughly the same price as a coffee, you can subscribe to Patreon once a month and get the exclusive naughty shit that we can't put on YouTube.
You can be an upgraded peasant.
You can really upgrade your Peasantron experience. Or if you really want to support Rise Above, you can get yourself some smart new garms, T-shirts, hoodies, stuff for the ladies in there as well. And there's even kids' T-shirts. We've got loads of stuff, baseball caps. And what else is there? A whole other range of stuff from Becky S.
It's got loads of shit on there. Bedspreads, bags, everything, clothes.
Mike, did you find it?
I'm just going to type it into Dig, or it's just easier. I've probably got it somewhere, but hang on a sec.
Don't forget, guys, we've got some crop circle and geometric.
Yeah, we are good. Yeah. We've got a totally different subject in just a moment.
We're going to flip it 180.
We have got Bartender coming up probably at the midnight hour. Yeah, I think he's going to be on at midnight blatantly, isn't he?
Mate, we only spoke 20 minutes. It's 20 to 11. Bartender's going to be on at 1 o'clock by this rate.
Yeah, I will do it. Will do a full video on all this as well, by the way. So anyone who wants to sort of go into a little bit more detail.
Mike, do you excuse me? Do you want to stay on the line after your presentation for our call-in chat, and then people could maybe ask you some questions? Or?
He would have to go back onto the original connection.
Cool. Oh, okay, right, yeah, of course, he is. Yeah,
unless people call in on Skype.
Well, it's up to you guys.
I don't know if my phone can handle a phone call and Skype at the same time, though. That might be pushing the capabilities.
Why don't you just dish out your personal number, lads? And we can have two.
No, I don't think I can take two phone calls at once. So you've got two different lines.
So hang on, what other points have I got? Because I didn't want to be honest. I've got through the main bits, if I'm honest. So yeah, I mean, I didn't show you the screenshot, but if you Google the mother's name online as well, so it's Letitia Mazzari. She has basically been involved in the Church of United Nations in I believe Kenya, which is right next to Rwanda. So she is involved with the United Nations. Obviously, I have got a screenshot of that somewhere, but I can't find it. And also the brother. So the brother of the alleged killer is in a wheelchair, but he was donated his wheelchair from the Rotary Club, and obviously the Rotary Club, we all know who they've got links with.
The Queef Masons.
Freemasons.
Yeah, it's kind of a light vetting system for the Freemasons, for the Queef Masons.
Sort of like Queef Masonry, diet Queef Masonry.
Yeah, soft queef, queefing.
Yeah.
And it says obviously, we're delighted to be able to help local resident Dion when his father contacted us for help in funding the child for his son. So that would suggest possibly his father is involved. I don't know. Again, it is one of the weaker links I've got.
So this guy is like you can find him quite. this is his brother, I guess. You're right. Okay, you.
This is his brother. Yeah, I believe it's around.
So
I
they're
think
not
they're
like,
around the same
they're
age.
quite high profile family then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I say I'll try. Obviously, I wanted to free up your phone lines, mate. I won't take too much of your time, but obviously, I do as well think that this possibly ties into the Richard D. Hall case as well. So, if anyone has ever looked into the Manchester Arena event, he's obviously done extensive work on it, a book, a video series. And he actually was in court not last week, the week before, which was obviously this. I believe 3 days. I think the court case finished 3 days before this event happened. Obviously Southport. So again, it's a bit coincidental, the timing of it. And obviously one of the laws that they're trying to pass in Richard D. Hall's court case is for people to, they're trying to pass a law where people like myself can't question these events at all. And obviously get a law in place to do that. So again, we could be invariably setting ourselves up here, mate. But yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what Queer Starling has been talking about this week, isn't it? It's about, massive crackdowns on freedom of speech online.
Yeah, I think it's massively to do with that as well. The online censorship bill, it all played to that 100%. And then obviously, I think one of the big things as well, which I haven't mentioned, is obviously that we haven't mentioned is the Rwanda Treaty. So obviously, the treaty it's going on between obviously Britain and Rwanda.
Oh right, we're sending the migrants to Rwanda, which was the.
And
Tory
as soon as Labour went into power, they announced that they're probably going to cancel this Rwanda agreement. And then a 4 days later, we get this event with a 17-year-old Rwandan immigrant. It's a bit of it's a massive coincidence again.
There's also a new Beverly Hill Cops series with Axel Foley, and this guy's called Axel too. Someone actually pointed that out the other day. Yeah. I think it was Chief Farm in an email. He's like, do you reckon that's relevant?
Predictive programming.
Predictive programming with Axel
PPP,
Foley.
peasant predictive programming.
All right, Mike, I'm going to thank you very much for coming on.
I appreciate it.
Very interesting points tonight, Mike, mate.
And like I say, we invite different opinions and different takes on things. This is obviously like quite a serious subject with everything going on, and when we open the phone lines, I'm sure we're going to have some opposing views, but we obviously welcome that as well. All right, so Mike, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us and bringing your findings to the table, mate. Good. All right, take care.
Have a good evening. Take
Rise above.
Rise above. I'll tell you what, should we have like a 3-minute break?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm just going to...
rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
When we come back, it's going to be something much more lighthearted. We're going to be talking about crop circles with our man Cropsy in the back here. So we'll see you in about 3 or 4 minutes.
What baseline about it? Magics, I tell them.
This is World War 33. They crawl on hands and dirty knees. They climb in dirty trees. This is World War 33. Crawl on hands and dirty knees. Climb in dirty trees. With more than 32 degrees. In asymmetrical warfare, we don't fire missiles land to air or projectiles air to land. Let me elucidate and expand. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Epic fighters will silence yours. It's prying doors, violating your bio clause. Schwabian tech permeates your pores, severing souls straight from their source. Violating all natural laws. You're a fourth industrial whore and a slave to the forum. Social credit point scoring that protein block from yesterday morning. It came with the carbon reduction warning. Oh, the carbon is you, fourth industrial biofuel. The moon is hungry, he's gotta eat too. Don't deny him of his cruel food for the moon. I explained that literally on this tune. It's too much for the room. MC Manic, they're gonna learn soon.
No less than it all. In a cure, up front to the fore. Don't think that we won't bring it right to your door. Kinda leave the side to sit back. Who that upon the attack? Been gone for a minute, now we're back. No slack, just fact. We're back on the tank tap, on the proud, semi dip on the track. Pull the trigger, push the button. What you waiting for? Get it started. That plan departed. Disregard it, get cold hearted. Ain't gonna come round again. Ain't gonna tell him again. Yo, send your mind round the bend. Ain't never gonna comprehend a new trend. We are send you to send.
Practical magics or quantum physics. Fasting and bargains with evil spirits. Who acquiesce to appease my critics? Infinite essence can't be diminished when the fear inside your heart is extinguished. Spellcast, Enochian English. Are you LL, the unlimited linguist? Yes. Check Sumerian kings list. Nephilim ethics of Aryan princes. Skeptical methods, mothers and witches and shamans who mix plants in the kitchen, tied to a stake against their wishes. That's with the kerosene pitches. Burnt to a crisp, no word from a witness. Tied by the neck and then dump them in ditches. What? Spreading our knowledge of source. Perplexed by a powerful force. Stretching the timeline to alter the course. History's homage to archonic laws. Well, I'm here to revive what they hidden and I keep it alive. I make sure the sun, moon and the stars and the planets collide when I vocalize.
Well, you better know your place. Double the front or screw your face. I pick the point in time and place. Set the tempo and the pace. Configuration accurate, man, immaculate. To the touch of the taste. Get on the line on the second rep. Boy, you have to get all in your roll. That beat's unbeatable. No antidote, untreatable. First impressions uncurable. Second opinion terminal. Wait for the break when I bust something be critical. Gotta shake your leg, gotta move your feet. To the beat, to the beat, to the break, to the break. Gotta make for the break.
To this phenomenon, a clear sickness as it's coming on, that's their business. So I carry on, I'm beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious if you're a vagabond. The British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon. Life is malicious when you're climbing the echelon. We gotta break them chains, beat personal best and make them gains. It's a hurtful mess, so obtain from eternal threats on a long campaign. Enough stress and I gotta maintain. I keep going and I can't complain. On a mobile flex with no disdain. On a global flex, so I gotta maintain.
Send the rectify and the man. Gonna turn it up on the sand. See me in attack and the plan. Manic MC bad boy for them. When I raise my voice up on the night, then the crowd and all I'm gonna bust at them and tell them too many MC one the many men. We're gonna ride a tune to the end, yo. Send the rectify and the man. Gonna turn it up on his head. See me in attack and the plan. Manic MC bad boy for them. When I raise my voice up on the night, then the crowd and all I'm gonna bust for them and tell them too many MC one too many. Rise above.
Yo, up against an immovable objects, placing bets on illusional odds set. And it's cruel from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks. You're writing, designing formats. The mind's climbing, not wiping the floor mat. Yo, I gotta ride that rule back. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan. Keeping watching the eyes conspiring. Sound of the siren, kills to the flames and the furnace is firing. Not expiring, we're expanding. Inquiring to gain understanding. A fall from the top equals a crash landing. You got fooled by the devil's rebranding.
Gotta break the link, hit the chain. Individual, never the same. Break the loop, don't go round again. Understand, you gotta comprehend. Inside the mix,
you gotta comprehend.
Hey yo, send a rectify and a man. Gonna turn it up on his end. See me in attack and the bed. Man, I can see bad boy for them, bad boy for them, bad boy for them.
Boom, we're back. 1 2 1 2. Welcome. It's Rise Above. Why is that video not going anywhere? That should disappear. Let's get rid of that. Hide that. Okay, so we're back. It's Rise Above. We have a special guest in the studio. Cropsy, get that microphone close to your mouth, mate. G'day. Let me just unmute you as well.
G'day, mate.
G'day.
G'day.
Now, you are, and just before we open the phone lines, I'm just going to introduce you. Whose camera is that?
What?
Oh, it's Mike's camera. We forgot to get rid of Mike's camera. He moved his room. All right, Cropsy, welcome, mate. You are a geo artist, right?
We've got people calling in here.
Can we just have 2 minutes?
Yeah,
before
guys,
people call in?
like, I'm going to hang up on you. I'm sorry.
Right, the phone lines will open in 2 minutes, guys. I know everyone wants to call in.
I know it says the phone lines are open now at the bottom of the screen, but they're not quite yet.
Right,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna turn
Just
that
so
off.
you've got the number.
Right, mate, what's a geo artist?
So geo means earth, as you know. So I do geometry art and like maths art, so to speak, and then also geo, like earth art. So I use natural materials, sand, crops, sticks, stones, but all with geometry and art combined.
You actually did some of this at our second event at Chronox, which was in the woods. Right. You used literally some twigs and leaves.
Guys, again, I'm hanging up on you if you're calling in. I'm sorry. Right, call back after we've finished chatting. We'll let you know when to call in.
You used like leaves and twigs to make this like really wicked portal for people to walk through in the woods. It was really something special, mate. It added to the event. So anyone that came there, you had already seen this guy's work in action. You've probably even been a part of it. Carry on, mate.
Yeah, so it's just simple materials. It's cool for anyone to do. You don't really need much money to do it. You just need space, ideas, vision, and the materials outside. So, but yeah, it's quite a lot of people. You've got famous sand art like a guy called Manu, John Foreman, who's like a Welsh land artist. They're doing some pretty cool stuff. And then, the more secretive world of crop circles.
Now, just before we go into crop circles, I believe you've actually brought some of your art with you to present to us for the studio, right?
That is correct.
Whereabouts is it? Yeah, can you just grab it and I'll show it to the camera. So, like he was saying, Cropsy does geometric artwork and he also does geometric artwork, literally working with the ground. But this is some like canvas. And so, what medium have you done this in? Is this with like pen or is it?
Yeah, it's all with my compasses, and I only work in black and white. Purely because I'm a crop circle designer and maker, so the crop's either standing or laid, so that's black or white essentially. So I don't really do any colour.
Can you assist me, Andy PG?
You're getting a share, man. You show one and give it to me. You show one and give it to me. There we go.
Oh, that was upside down.
So that's a little bit of a classic rip-off of the Banksy girl with a Ray Von Bloom being abducted by an alien spacecraft.
In some sort of like Aztec ring. That's actually really similar to the design I've got going around the back of my head.
My favourite's the owl.
Yeah, really nice. So massive thank you for these gifts for the studio.
Yeah, man, that's sick.
We have been doing this like support your local artist section. We did it with a YouTube creator called JJ from UK, and tonight we've got on Cropsy. Now the second thing that you're going to talk about is where your name comes from, I guess, right?
Yeah. I'm kind of a crop artist turned geo artist now, so I kind of chose the name Cropsy to wind up another crop circle maker, and it's kind of stuck, so kind of rolling with it, you know.
Okay. Now, are we allowed to show some pictures of your work?
These are all the commissions. These have filled the world. So that's a blank canvas we got there down at Hackpen Hill in Wiltshire.
Okay, I'm just going to get this up on the screen so people can see it. So, for anyone that doesn't know, crop circles mainly happen in the southwest UK, which is near to where we live, and in like sort of like, you know, truther scenes, everyone was like, it's because where the lane lines are. That's the reason Stonehenge is there. That's why you know Glastonbury's where it is, because it's all the ley lines, man. Well, maybe we might be shattering some people's dreams with what we're going to tell you tonight. Let me just make sure we're going the right way. Okay, so this is a field that you've done with some.
Yeah, we were approached by barbers in Swindon called A Plan, and every year they make a promotional video, and they wanted to make a crop circle. So they sent me a picture of a cutthroat razor, which is the logo and design. And they said, can you put this in the field for us? Like, I think it was 66 metres across by the end of it, 33 metre radius always.
Is it this one here?
It was a what, a 33 metre radius?
Yeah, but yeah,
nice.
yeah. That's my trademark.
This is a holographic construct.
So yeah, that's the field before, and then if there's a few more pictures I'll send you.
Okay, so there's a picture here where you've designed the. Ah, right. So that's the logo you've designed.
That's my tape measure. That's my laser level, and that's how they're made. And obviously your pieces of wood, which your planks. So that was a picture I did for the client. I scaled that down. I worked out if we could do it. So yeah, we did this one. It took 12 hours non-stop. We're absolutely exhausted. And yeah, we've got a documentary crew following us, mate. We've got a documentary coming out.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's sick.
So yeah, that's the finished product. Client was very happy. And they actually made a video. If you check out A-Style Barbers based in Swindon, they've got a pretty high-grade music video. It's like the guys that make Ed Sheeran's music videos come down. They're friends of the barbers.
Right, okay.
So it's pretty cool filming it all and seeing the finished product.
Nice. So, this is one of your work. Let's just go on a little bit more.
That's halfway through.
Oh, that's halfway through. I see. Right. Okay.
And then,
yeah, here we go.
Yeah, this is the one that fooled the world. This is the anti-crop circle, and this was just as I joined Team Clandestinstein, and I met him at Gaunt's house where I was the head gardener, and I was building a Neolithic roundhouse for the country estate, and I asked a guy on Facebook if he'd like to help me with a mosaic floor, and he turned up holding a picture of this on a piece of A4 paper like 6 weeks before it dropped, And I was a little bit sceptical, and he asked me if I could ask the owner, Sir Richard, if we could put a crop circle on Gaunt's House Country Estate. And Sir Richard just kind of laughed and was like, I don't think so. And then, 6 weeks later, I saw that plastered all over the internet, and I phoned Dean back, and I was like, I knew he wasn't lying. I knew he was the real deal. So Dean Hines, like the UK's and world's most prolific crop circle maker, dropping well over 100 crop circles over probably 10, 15, maybe 20 years.
So wait a minute. Are you going to try and tell me that all crop circles are man-made?
There's women as well that make them. So, yeah.
Gosh.
You know what I mean?
Oh, you had the line for that. You had the line for that. Oh God. Right, let me just get back the proper screen. Wow.
So are they all human made?
Yeah, absolutely.
They are.
100%.
Oh.
I could look
Oh my
at a
God!
crop circle.
My fucking teenage dreams.
That's
are shattered.
basically the entire of Gaia channel out.
See you later, guy.
I'd like to say I believe too, and it was only like recently, since 2016, when I met Dean and we got involved with this, that my dreams were shattered too. I used to chase them. I used to find them on the internet. I'd get in my car. I'd drive to Pewsey Vale, like Winchester, and I'd love it. I'd go sit in the crop circles. I'd talk to people. I still think it's a beautiful thing, but
It is.
It's still land art. But what kind of?
There's no aliens.
No, but people push the mystery, and a lot of people.
What about
benefit.
that? What about that documentary where the guy is down on his hands and knees in the middle of the crop circle, and he's got the Geiger counter, and he's showing there's high levels of radiation, and he's showing that the crop,
or some kind of output.
Yeah.
From
Have
the
you
from
seen
the
that?
land.
Have you seen
Yeah,
that?
it could be radon in the soil. You know, like the southwest, his soil is
I read a
high
report:
radon,
33 million people in Britain are mentally ill. No, they're not.
Superb. Wow, I think you've really dropped a bomb there, because someone in the chat, Q Tracks, was like, yeah, we knew they're all man-made, but not everyone did. We've got people saying, gosh.
Yeah. It's there's a lot to it. You've got the researchers, like the Levinson Institute. They come down with all these. This is the one that really sticks, like the science about these bent stalks and stuff. And I don't think it's proper science, but I accepted it without question. I was like, these guys look like scientists. Bent stalks. It must be real. I saw it on a documentary, and you just, you know what I mean. It mystifies you.
Easy, Bartender
in the house. Whoop.
We are going to open the phone lines right about now. I think it's about time, because I'm sure people would probably want to ask you questions about this as well, and it's late enough already. So
You have
guys,
stolen my childhood.
if you want to call in the show, you want to have your voice heard on either of the subjects we've talked about tonight, whether it's the current happenings in the UK or this bombshell that we've just dropped about crop circles, that they're all man-made. The time to call in is now. Let me just get the number on the screen. Here it is. One sec. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the phone lines are open. So, if you want to talk to us about the controlled civil unrest, maybe we should phone back the people that called in.
No, they can call back.
They can call back. Yeah. I think you just got.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
No, they've hung up.
Yeah, so call in the show now.
There we go. Good evening. You're live on Rise Above. Who we got here?
Oi, it's Jay Pont from Facebook. I follow along.
Hey Jay, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, really.
Please try not to say anything that's too offensive. We don't want to we don't want to get a ban or anything like that.
I'm gonna try. Like I was just saying, like to a few people, like I'm gonna have to try and rein it in a little bit because I don't want you getting a ban. But
yeah, use code words.
Yeah, like I'll try, but I've got some strong views, and like so many subjects are being mentioned at the minute. It's kind of frying my brain. Like that guy just said a minute ago about like crop circles and they're man-made and about aliens, but that's some bullshit, man. We all know aliens are real, man. Fuck that guy. We all know aliens.
I never denounced the existence.
Let me tell you.
Unbelievable.
Real.
Get off your chest, Jay.
If aliens ain't real, what was that thing that used to finger me as a child? Anyway, come away from that, yeah?
Yeah.
I think like the main thing I want to say is about like these riots and stuff that well, the supposed riots that happened. No fucking place.
Yeah,
Yeah?
supposed being the word.
Exactly. I didn't see one single riot take place. Yeah, a couple of uni kids raiding a Greg's is not a fucking riot. The media completely overspun that one. Everyone knows the media is just another branch of the government. We all know that.
Sure.
But with the riots, yeah, and I know it's controversial, but I've got to say it. There's two people to blame: single mums and gay people. They're the ones to blame for the riots, yeah? And you've got to listen to the...
Please explain.
You've got to listen to the... Let me tell you first about the single mums. Right. Every single kid out there who's rioting are all from uni, all from college. They're like fucking... all like most of them, they ain't got a dad at home. If you've got a dad at home, he's going to whip your ass, mate. You're not going out there rioting.
Maybe he's out there.
So, nah, he's not. Only like people like waste men and that are out there, yeah? It's not like, it's not even like that. When you go out like in Croydon, they turned around and they said, the EDL were in Croydon smashing the place up. My friend was in Croydon filming it, and all it was a bunch of fucking kids on bikes letting off fireworks. That's not...
That's
do you know
not
what
the
I mean?
EDL. The EDL don't even exist.
Apparently they haven't existed for over 10 years.
Didn't Tommy Robinson disband the EDL?
Yeah, over 10 years
Because he said
ago.
it got out of hand and too many
Yeah.
racists got involved or something.
You
Is
don't
that
know that. The EDL got rid of Tommy Robinson, and the reason why is because he started supporting LGBT stuff.
So
he
wasn't racist enough.
Nah, he weren't racist EDL, but the problem with Tommy is he started going on fucking gay marches wearing fucking rainbow flags.
No.
And all these football...
Did he actually? I haven't personally seen any of that, so I can't comment, but that's very interesting.
I joined a group on Facebook a couple of years ago called the Knights Templar, yeah? I lasted 33 minutes as a member.
This dude's great. This dude's great.
He's good. He's good.
Right? They knighted me and everything. I've got all the paperwork. 33 minutes later.
Did you have to suck a dick?
Did you have to wank in someone's coffin?
Did you have to suck a dick?
Nah, but like I had to suck some dick. But away from that, yeah, these guys were like putting pictures up of Tommy at like fucking Pride events, and I was like, "Nah, hang on a minute." You know what I mean? Like, it's against Christianity anyway, that sort of stuff. So they were like, "Why is the man doing that?" And then turns out, you know, he's close with Israel, so it was like, all right, he's going to be going to them sort of events, isn't it? So the EDL pushed him out. They got rid of him a long time ago. But people think he got rid of the EDL. It was actually the other way around.
Okay.
That's very interesting. I wasn't aware of that.
You'll find the London riots, you know, like during that George Floyd thing, like the fake actor George Floyd, the man who never existed, yeah? We all know he was like Danny Glover or something. Do you know what I mean? Like he was a failed actor. So when after like they pretended he died and all that shit, they done all them riots and stuff in London. Yeah. So the EDL they joined forces with anti-Islamic football hooligan group. The two of them come together, went to London, and I'm telling you now, because like I had a lot of people that was there. They got fucked up, and after that, Tommy Robinson didn't even turn up with his little crew. After that, they was like, we ain't dealing with him anymore. And now, when you look at like all the so-called riots and stuff like that, the only one who's trying to stir the pot are like the gays. Because if you think about it, there's some professor in a university in London, yeah, and she's got like purple hair, septum piercing. She's a proper fucking.
Are they them?
Yeah. She's
Are they
one
them
of them
type? Yeah.
Yeah, fucking dirty little scruff. And she's put that little propaganda thing telling her students, don't go to this location at this time because the racists will be there. Yeah, and I've noticed a little trend with these fucking like, you know, I'm trying to watch my language, but with
Let's call them the foot soldiers of Soros.
Yeah, basically the fucking sausage jockeys, right? So they've been like stirring up a lot of hate amongst their little group of fucking unwashable people, and that's who I think is like when people say like when all the riots kick off, everyone better flee and stuff like that. It's not even the case. The only people that you're worried about with the riots is when the Islamic groups start swindling in and start fucking butchering everyone, you know, because these people have aligned themselves with that, and that's the problem.
Let me just pick. I think I've got a picture of the people that you're talking about here on the screen. Let me just get it up. This is this is from the alleged counter-protest of anti-racist, which happened on I don't know if it's Wednesday or Thursday night. So in a nutshell, what happened on I think it was Wednesday night. This alarm went out that there was going to be far-right protests all over the country. That was obviously there was a list of there's going to be 100 different protests tonight all over the country, including the one that Becky was talking about earlier. It turned out to be total bullshit. But what we got instead was these lot, a load of Soros warriors with like
masked up Soros.
Yeah, with
Muppets.
masks saying refugees welcome, climate change welcome. What is it? Stop the far right. And it looks like the most fake paid protest ever. They've all got the same sign.
But this is the thing. I see one of the groups in London who was going out like saying, you know, we're here to fight against the racists and the fascists. They're holding a sign up saying queers for Palestine. I'm not being funny, but they'll fucking buildings, you silly cunt. They're not looking to fucking be your allies. They're going to chop you up and throw you off of buildings, mate. We know what they do to the gay people. Do you know what I mean? And that's why, like, I think these people are so brainwashed. Did you know, which is another interesting fact, that, let me quickly get this fact up, 42% of people that align themselves with LGBT are autistic. So it just goes to show, you know, you're battling against people
who
that
are
are
mentally
retarded.
ill.
Right. That's the thing. These people are retarded, and you're trying to compete, like, you know, what you've been told is a lie. You know, there is no EDL.
Don't you also think they might have targeted people that have got learning difficulties or are like
susceptible to
cognitive difficulties? Yeah, that are more susceptible to the programming, more susceptible.
100%. Yeah, and this is why they've done it. It's easy to spot somebody with autism. Yeah, they're normally fucking wearing earphones. They class themselves as emo. You know what I mean? They're easy to spot. Yeah, they smell a little bit. You know, they're kind of a little bit like unkept. They're normally fat. So when you look at it, when you sit down and talk to this person, so say you've got like a boy who's 16 or 17, and then you've got some fat lesbian teacher starts spewing all her bullshit onto him. Yeah, all that boy is thinking, I will do anything for a crumb of pussy. I will do anything. So I will go to these protests on the hope that one of these girls pay notice to me or pay attention to me. But nobody does. These people they should be shunned from society. But the thing is like where they're autistic and Asperger's and all this shit is mixed in, these people are easy to brainwash. Like the government, you know, they will do these tests and run these things through people. And like, look at all the lone wolf attacks that go on in the UK. Like the government pumped like that black boy who walked in and supposedly killed fucking loads of girls at a Taylor Swift.
They said he had autism.
They said he had autism, but they're using autism as an excuse. So autism is the new word for Islam. Let's not pretend.
Whoa.
That's the new word for Islam.
Gosh. Disclaimer alert. These are Jay Pont's views, not
this
Rise
is
Above.
wild, man.
This is an open calling, all right? We can't stand behind all of these comments.
This is fucking...
Please continue.
It's the new word. Whenever there's a terrorist attack, this motherfucker had autism. No, he's Islamic. Let's not lie. Let's not pretend, In Vienna, last week there was 3 beheadings from Islamic terrorists. 3 beheadings. Taylor Swift was meant to perform at some gig in Vienna. Now, there's an article on it, and they've had to cancel it because ISIS said we're going to blow it up. Then all of a sudden, some fucking boy from Wales, who's got, you know, a Welsh name with like fucking 900 syllables in, he walks into the store, starts stabbing people, but this poor cunt's got autism. It's all linked.
I think it's all part of the gas.
You are making some good points.
They're schwabbing everything together to literally just get everyone to boiling point.
Auntie Kobe has called it autism in the chat here.
Who said that? Neil Christie. Get that on the screen.
Auntie Kobe.
This is the thing, but I'm not even like, you know, if a group of like Muslims together, they believe in the same fucking thing. They both believe in family. They both believe in tradition. They both believe in all that bullshit. But when you get a couple of them that are dopey in the brain and they've got like your autism or they're a bit slow, you know, they've been born from incest or something like that, let's face it, yeah? They're easy to basically say, if you walk into that school and chop some kids up, you're going to get 72 virgins.
Do you know what this makes me?
This is the problem because they think they're doing God's work.
Have you seen the film? Do you remember the film The Three Lions? It's about the Islamic terrorists, and it's a comedy, right? Because what it turns out is there's one guy that's basically just a bit of an idiot who wants to, you know, do a terrorist attack, but then the people with him are like literally borderline mentally disabled, and they're just all going along with it, and they don't really know.
I think I've seen the trailer for this years ago.
It's funny as fuck. I did a lot of acid the first time I ever watched it.
Oh, excellent, good choice.
Yeah, it was a fantastic choice. when he put the bomb on the crow. Oh, brother crow! It's where the term rubber dinghy rapids comes from.
Okay.
Yeah, you must have heard that.
Film.
I'm sure I've seen the
I've
seen the trailer.
But do you know what?
Be retard in London, basically. They're all watching Four Lions and thinking they're going to be martyrs. The problem is this. This is what's worse than that. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to say it. White people that convert to it. I'm sorry, but like it's shameful, you know, because I know this white dude, yeah? He's got a ginger beard. Used to fucking be part of like some racist shit and all that, yeah? Now he's praying 6 times a day on the carpet saying he'll chop up anyone who disrespects Allah. These people ain't right, man.
What you mean? You know, wait a minute. He's gone from one end of the spectrum being like an actual like proper racist.
Yeah, to being some fucking
to being a radical like Wahhabi Muslim that likes to chop people up.
Yeah, like sniffing carpets and fucking walking about in sandals and all that shit. Yeah, he's whiter than me, bruv. He's got a bulldog tattooed on him and all that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it sounds not right. Like, there's two ends to it. Like, you can be down the middle and you can be kind of semi-normal, which I don't know, I don't consider myself normal, but we can be semi-normal and then you can be like far left and far right, but they always join sides in the end because they are the total dog shit of society, and that's the problem. And these people in government sitting back. It is. The far left and the far right are all dog shit, bruv.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, they are.
I thought you were talking about Muslims. No,
I did.
I agree that people that fall too hard on either end of this political spectrum are basically ideological retards.
Yes.
They see the entire world through one particular lens, and anyone that sees it through the other, anything apart from them, is automatically at the furthest end of the spectrum from them, and is like the ultimate enemy.
Also, shout out to Sheep Farm there in the chat.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone tuned in. We've got 370 people.
We need to open the phone lines.
Yeah. It's supposed to be 5 minutes call.
It's been great having you.
Please call back again another time. Yeah,
please. Don't worry, I'll be back, and I'll have some more subjects to talk about.
I'm sure you have, my man.
Yeah. I look forward to it, mate. I look forward to it. Remember,
you went in my debate on trannies.
Listen, Jay, I think I speak for everyone here in the chat and in the studio where we'd like to maybe even get you on for your own segment of the show, like once in a while. So let's just think about that, mate. Lance will be in contact with you, mate. We'll speak to you soon, brother. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you for having me. Take care,
Top man, rise above.
Rise above, brother.
Right.
Come on.
That was high level.
Disclaimer, that was Jay calling in. This is an open phone line. We don't know what people are going to say. This is Rise Above.
Generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Damn, son.
Right, so guys, the phone lines are open. Get in there quick because I'm sure someone's got something to say about that.
Remember, we're talking about the current state of what's going on in the UK. Are these riots real? Are they fake? Are they agents provocateurs? I've actually got some more slides.
I think all of that's partly true.
Yeah. I mean, right.
Here we go. We're on.
We've got another call straight away.
Good evening. You're on the line with Michael.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Gary here. I spoke to you in, I think it's November of last year.
Excellent. Gary, that means you know the rules of Rise Above. Please don't say anything incriminating or something that will get us banned.
Am I allowed to say third something beginning with FLU, spelled FLU?
Call it turd glue.
Turd glue. Fantastic, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, what you got for us, Gary?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I'm in agreement with the callers about all these riots being initiated by the state in collusion with the media and police and all this kind of stuff. But I just specifically I was wondering what you guys thought of our new Führer, Keir Starmer specifically. What's your take on him generally?
I think he's a homosexual.
Seriously,
no. I think he's an actual homosexual.
So
I think he's lying. His wife's not his wife. I think he's an actual gay.
But if that was true, wouldn't that be a plus point in the current situation? Wouldn't
Absolutely.
that be a massive selling point? Why isn't he out of the closet then?
Well, because I don't know, mate. I don't know. I'm not gay. I don't know.
We came up with the term for him, which was queer Stalin, just because, obviously the man stands behind all of the sort of like far left stuff, like the rainbow and everything.
But again, there's nothing wrong with being gay, but my point is that he's acting.
He's not being
honest. Yeah, for sure.
But I think for sure that this guy is obviously just been voted in because he's not the Tories, which is just blatantly obvious for anyone that can garner the flavour of the UK. But he seems on the face of it quite sort of, what's the word, sort of, non-threatening. But when you peer beneath the surface and when you look at some of his connections, i.e. World Economic Forum, Bilateral Commission,
Health Chancellor Gates.
Trilateral Commission.
He was a CPS, head of the CPS.
Also oversaw Sir Jimmy's.
He's got friends. Yeah. He's got friends in high places. The other thing I personally think, as we're talking about Mr. Starmer, I think that Boris was in charge of Divic 91.
Yes,
and now
he has the first seal of the apocalypse.
Yeah. And now Keir Starmer's in charge of the
second
and I personally think that Keir Starmer can get away with what he's doing because he can blame everything on the Tories. Well, we got a Tory government, they fucked everything up, so now we're going to fix it, and then we're just going to go with it. I think they can, because it's switched from Labour to Conservative, which we all know is a fucking peasant show in itself. They can just, they've got a scapegoat now for anything that fucks up, because we can just blame that on the previous.
It's just a new cycle with the peasant farm, a new Olympiad cycle has started.
Precisely,
another 4 years.
But and I believe Mr. Starmer is in charge of the second seal to be broken.
Yeah, the long night of the small
and
dagger.
Then it will be someone else for the third seal who's in charge. Maybe the third seal won't be based in the UK.
See, the thing with Starmer is the way Starmer comes across to me, he comes across cold, robotic, absolutely. The guy just seems absolutely ruthless.
I told everyone back in 2021 when they were moaning about Boris, I said, "You wait, the other option's Keir Starmer,
Boris
Mr.
Trilateral
So
great
Commission.
to what they've got coming next.
Yeah, you think I'd bring back Boris, BBB, get it back.
I think that's why he was selected. I think that's why he was selected by the World Economic Forum. But if you look at what he's done since he was selected, I mean, he's stopped the exploration for oil. They've they're shutting down the Grangemouth oil refinery. They're sticking solar panels everywhere and wind farms. They've introduced legislation that's squeezing farmers even further. He started all these riots because they're all state sponsored. There's absolutely no question they're all state sponsored. Actually, just on that point, it was Mike, wasn't it? He was talking about Southport.
Yes.
Earlier, yeah. I kind of agree with Mike. I think it was a false flag.
So do you think people died?
No. The images that were released of three girls, several people who assumed to be in the know believe they were all AI generated, not real people.
Okay, that's a new take.
I saw a post about that earlier on. Yeah.
Yeah, and do you know one of the witnesses who was interviewed by BBC or Sky? I think it was on the day of the alleged incident. I recognised him. Now I couldn't swear to this, but I think he was one of the Manchester Arena crisis actors. I don't know if you remember. There was a guy. He was standing in the foyer shouting his daughter's name. I think it was Ellie. I think it might have been him, but I couldn't find the clip anywhere, so I can't prove it. But he does look like the same bloke to me. Also, there was an alleged nurse who no one could find any details from who was interviewed. But both of them, neither of them were challenged at all on anything they said by the alleged interviewer. They were just allowed to talk, and they were making the most ridiculous assertions. No one gave a description of the attacker at the time. It just looked obvious to me that they were crisis actors, and also I think Mike made the point that they were very slick as well, probably too slick to be normal members of the public. So
I mean, I've got multiple people that I know who have connections to the families, and they say, yeah,
I was going to say,
children.
We had someone in the
actually
comment section
died,
earlier on,
right? So
yeah.
we need to be very careful here about that we're not too disrespectful for other people's opinions or whatever, because like I stated at the start of the show, nobody truly knows, so everyone just needs to bear that in mind.
That's why I've given so many disclaimers tonight.
I personally think that whether it was staged or not, I personally think people died.
Yeah.
And but I'm not the same as 9/11. We all know that was staged, but people died. The same as the 7/7 bombings. It was staged. People died.
They did, yeah.
So I mean, that's just my personal opinion. I haven't looked into this a great deal, if I'm honest, about the 3 kids. I've been looking more about the riots and stuff, which is happening since then.
There's been so much to follow. There's been so much to follow.
Sorry, guys, just going back to the riots. Actually, do you think you've seen all these guys running around the streets? On all sorts of clips of them all over the country running around the streets with weapons. Do you think they're the dinghy boys that have been released?
I think a portion of them are. I don't think they all are. I think there's.
No, I don't think they all are.
No, because I've seen videos with people of Muslim descent, people of Muslim religion, clearly with a northern accent, an English northern accent, who have been brought up in the UK.
I've seen those, but
raised in the UK.
I've also seen a load where everyone is masked and they're holding like bats or knives. Now, even if here's the thing, right? Because when you have a conversation about this, it's very difficult because you could be watching something that is completely staged and stage managed, and it could still be using the guys from the hotels. They could be extras. For staged filming. Yeah. So when you see a clip that's filmed dodgily on someone's phones like this, and you see a load of people hooded that look like they could be the men from the hotels running along with their faces covered, it could be them, and it could still be completely staged and fake to scare the shit out of people.
I personally think that the illegal migrants that have been picked up by the RNLI and brought here and put in these hotels for 1, 2, sometimes 3 years.
With Serco doing the contract.
And doing all that, I personally think they are here to destabilise the nation and to go out and cause havoc. That's why. Otherwise, there would be women and children with them. There's no other reason for it.
Or the other option is...
They're not refugees, we know that.
No, are they
as you say.
Or the other option
as you say, there would be women and children. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate as to who brought them over specifically. If they paid themselves to get on a dinghy or they were paid to come here. I'm not going to speculate. I simply don't have no idea. But I think they have been brought here and housed specifically to cause havoc in this time. That's what I believe. And whether they're jumping on with natives from the UK, whether they're of immigrant families, they've still been born and raised here in the UK, and they're still rioting as well. Same as you've got UK. There's Chinese people who are legal migrants here, like rioting for the fucking other side. It's not just one group, and it's stupid to tarnish everyone with the same brush, whether it's white, black, Muslim, fucking Hindu, Sikh, whatever. Forgive me if
this is a very clear distinction that I made when I spoke on Shelley Tasker's show on Wednesday. There is a huge when we say immigration, it's never one thing, right? It's so reductive to say it's one thing, because the kind of immigration that Britain has invited for decades, like the Gurkhas, like Windrush, so many different examples of people that have come and become the fabric of our society, right? that is a totally different conversation to when we're talking about
people coming
post-Blair
in,
people on thingies.
And
it's not the same.
It's interesting as well. I got my head shaved this afternoon by my regular barber, who is from Turkey, who is also Muslim, and I just asked him. I said, "Cos, what do you think about all the riots and all the trouble that's been going on in the UK?" He says, "Oh, it's bullshit, man. It's just bullshit." I said, "Why can't everyone just relax?" So he's just a normal guy. He's a Muslim. He's of Muslim faith. I would be considered white Christian, I suppose, to him, even though I'm not religious, and we get along absolutely fine. So there's no problem without the fucking jar being shaken.
The thing is, though, I know I used to work with quite a lot of Muslims, and they're just regular dudes, you know. They like football, they like cricket, and you know, they like football, cricket, and other stuff, you know. And they were just regular.
I'm not saying there isn't extreme examples of people from their faith. It's the same as like, we mention people of Jewish faith frequently on the show. We call them the Little Hats, blah blah, and we mention Zionists, but they're two very distinctive things. You've probably got levels of Zionism where you've got extremists and just straight Zionists who like. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's all. I'm not saying
moderate Zionists who just want to have a nice apartment in Israel. That
Exactly.
Don't really care about
there's,
that.
I'm sure there's parts of the Quran which can be interpreted the same as parts of the Bible which can be interpreted, and then people act on that and think that they're doing God's work and go fuck shit up.
I put it on the table the other night that the problems that we're experiencing might actually be nothing to do with religion or Islam, and it might. And this is not actually my idea. It came from Tristan Tate, who I'm not a supporter of, but he said it's much more to do with class. He said if you imported 100,000 Muslims from, say, Dubai or Qatar or United Arab Emirates, those people are strict, devout Muslims. If you imported them into the UK...
Yeah, they're going to be wielding machetes around the streets.
You wouldn't... Well, what would happen? The GDP would go up because they're resourceful, wealthy people from countries that are in many ways even more developed than this part of the West. And you wouldn't have any of the other issues that you have with what he described as poor quality migrants. He said it's basically a class thing. He says that the policies of the West have taken away any incentive to get the best migrants that you would want, and all the incentive for the migrants that you wouldn't want, and basically carte blanche, open doors.
We have speculated that they're trying to destroy the middle class, so that would be one way to add to that as well.
Oh, that was the Klaus pivot strategy. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a moment.
No, just one other question, and I mean, I agree with pretty much everything you said there, but. In terms of it's pretty obvious that a lot of people on both sides of the argument have just taken the bait and followed these and joined these agitators.
For sure.
And there's obviously been these staged.
Don't forget, you've got probably a load of little oiks as well who just want to go out, smash it out, raid Greg's, get their Instagram picture and think they're a big dick.
Plenty of that, yeah.
Yeah. So there is a large portion of that.
Yeah. And you look at these guys with all the placards that have probably been stored in the warehouse for the last few months, waiting to be used, haven't they? And all this nonsense going on.
Don't forget, I saw videos as well of them in the hotels, just bin liners and bin liners and bin liners of their food that's been given to them. They're saying it's shit, we hate it, and they're just literally throwing it all away. So I mean, some of these hotels I've seen videos, they're pissed off inside there.
They're not the people.
Well, the other thing is just a point on these the dinghy guys. They so a lot of people said they're going to be UN soldiers, but I was never sure about that because I never thought they'd be disciplined enough to be trained soldiers. I think that they're being more likely to be used to just run around the streets with machetes and shout at people. I think that's probably more. But just moving on, where do you think we are now in terms of the New World Order takeover? My take on
go on, finish. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
Yeah, right. My take on it is I think we're getting our ass kicked, and I also think that Starmer is literally walking all over us because in this country, unfortunately, I still think the media have the narrative. I still think the media have the narrative. I think most people still believe the media. Now, my take is on the New World Order. I think because it is just a battle, it's propaganda. It's just a battle for the mind, isn't it? But I think the New World Order is moving in fast, particularly in this country. and I think Starmer is kicking our asses big time. So I just that's my take on it. What's your take? Do you think we've got a chance or?
Go on, Lance.
With regards to where we are of this stage of this coming in, for me, it's like we're sort of in April 2020.
Yeah.
And right now, everyone has, even many people who should have known better, have taken the bait. But here's the different thing about where we are now in 2020. In 2020, at least for us guys here, it was very clear that we wanted to take a side and take it very strongly. The side that we took was no fucking way. You must be joking. We're not doing any of that.
Yeah.
The problem is with this one is the two sides that are offered. You don't want to take either of them because both of them are psyops.
It's a third option.
Yeah. So you have to sort of take the third option. Now, looking from a third option point of view at this, if it carries on like this, I would say we might have maybe 1 or 2 seasons of this second level Soviet Union violence.
Can you define a season, Lance?
Well, usually for this, it's going to be a summer.
Yeah.
So
you're actually calendar season.
Yeah.
Okay.
For something like Divik, it's a winter.
Okay.
In case you didn't, obviously the Divik strikes at winter, but maybe the peasant purge happens in the summer, and maybe maybe 3 summers of this would probably be enough for everyone to say, can I have some more? I.e., give me my digital ID.
Just stop you there, guys. Do you think Starmer is using the imaginary far right as an excuse to usher in digital ID?
100%.
I personally think after it went like you said, Lance, 2 or 3 seasons of this to be begging for stuff. I personally think after 2 or 3 months of this, they are going to implement like facial recognition the same as they've implemented speed cameras around the UK,
but
a high level.
Don't forget, you could say, "Oh, we can't take much more of this," but what if it becomes even more evident as we go forward that when they say the far right, they're literally talking about 3, 4, or maybe 500 professional football hooligans that they're driving around the country to film, going, "Oh, get them out, take our country back," and then someone spontaneously robs a Greggs, and then they have it. They would have to keep it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah,
for sure. But I think they've got enough peasants programmed that they're going to do that for them to a degree. In certain
question, guys.
demographic areas where it's easier.
Another question, though, guys.
Yeah, no, go on. Do
you think we can stop digital ID happening?
No.
Not for some people.
I think everyone's moaning about Keir Starmer. I think it's irrelevant who's there. It's just he's just the person who's doing it now. I think it doesn't matter. The plan's going to go forward 100%, 100 mile an hour. It doesn't matter who's in there.
It is going to go forward, but here's what I think. I think it's going to be a choice, and many people will many more people than
initially it will be.
Yeah, but even so, I think what we're going to see, right? Does anyone remember the document that showed Project Lockstep?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Project Lockstep was only one of the future options that the Rockefeller Institute put on the table.
Yeah.
One of them was...
There was a crossroads.
One of them was along the lines of techno Mad Max hijack future, where basically there was... society was fractured apart. Everyone was scrambling to get along using this high-tech technology that they sort of had to piece back together and pirate because there was one mainframe. And if you didn't want to be on that mainframe, then you had to be in the Mad Max. That's what being Ramish is. That's what we've been talking about. That's what I said in 2020. It's time to make a black market, make it now and start trading.
You know,
but no one's fucking done it.
One final thing then, before I go, because I let someone else on the line. In October, on October the 2nd through to the 4th, there's actually a turd stew summit. I don't know if I said that right.
Turd stew, we like that.
Nice.
Turd stew. Yeah,
we're talking about the avian illness is what we're paraphrasing there. Yeah.
Yeah, the avian illness, and it's actually a summit with the usual suspects invited, and all the international leaders and CEOs and health officials, and so on and so forth. And that reminds me very much of that. Event 201 thing back in October, back in 2019, and then lo and behold, December in China, people were dropping down in the streets in southern Italy, and I think it happened as well. They were showing these images.
I do think.
Do you think? Sorry, the question is anyway. do you think they will try to, even though more people are aware now, do you think they will try to impose turd stew restrictions?
I wouldn't be surprised because I honestly think that they tried to do what was it, monkeypox. I think they actually tried that.
That failed.
Yeah, I think they tried. I think they tried and they failed. I said this to Andy PG a couple of years ago, because I wrote the song Poison Dart, which predicted all this back in 2016. But I was actually writing about swine flu and bird flu that had already happened. They painted a V 6 months before the outbreaks rehearsed, and I was talking about all this, right? And everyone said, "Why? How did you know?" I said, "Well, I was actually writing about this that happened before." So what I think is, over time, they have all these plans that are working on a cycle, almost like a computer churning out these possibilities of ways that they could do their problem reaction solution, and they're always sort of like casting out a line with a hook on, almost like a fisherman. And sometimes they get a bite, and sometimes they don't. It's maybe possible that what happened in early 2020 was almost just like the perfect condition for the egregoric peasant fish to bite really hard.
The precursor.
Yeah, on the hooks that they put out, because they had an event 201, that spell had been cast.
Well, that's what the turd stew summit is the equivalent of, the event 201, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's also the start of one of these 4-year Olympiad cycles that Jason talks about, and it would make sense. So I think it's a high probability.
I think as well. You think that we all know about Agenda 2030, Agenda 2040, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And one of their goals is to stop ownership of animals, and they already don't like. There was already talk a few months ago about owners of chickens. Like they were talking about taking that right away for you to own.
Well, they've killed
and I'm sure.
Do you remember
about a decade ago, maybe more? They had the mad cow disease.
Yeah,
and that's
I do remember it.
I think they're going to try to take all. Anything that can produce food, they're going to take off the peasants in the long-term goal. So this might be a little way to do that as well as enforce more restrictions for an illness which doesn't exist.
Just moving on again then. If this does happen, if they do try and implement a turd stew lockdown or restrictions, do you think people will comply?
No, not as much. Some will, of course they will.
Imagine if there was a protest to protest the lockdown because of the protests. You know it's coming. You know it's coming, comrade. Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier.
If they try and do it, how brutal do you think the police will be this time around?
I think the police have been told to be as brutal as possible. Basically,
that's the impression
I think they are going full brown shirt style.
Do you want to know something funny? Shit. You know what happened after it was actually after Wednesday night's protest that was peaceful because it was the Soros protest. After that, in the UK, I think they've actually banned face masks again, face coverings.
Incredible.
Now that's an interesting turn of events, isn't it?
That's so fucked up.
Yeah. So what about people that actually will need an exemption?
So what about this lefty here on the screen? What about this lefty here on the screen? She's illegal.
Well, let me just show the screen. It was actually after this. So what I'm saying now is that because of people like this dressing up like Antifa, covering their face, now if you actually have some sort of like really bad autoimmune disease and you genuinely want to wear a mask because you think that's going to save you, you're going to have to get an exemption bag to wear the mask.
But how many people, like you think about it, people working in gas stations, convenience stores all across the UK, they're like, what's the law? Do I face mask or no face mask? It's winter time. There's loads of like old people in face masks still under mind control. They're not going to ask them to whip them off because they're being like, you know what I mean?
It's just adding.
It's not going to work.
It's just adding to the.
You're still going to have people robbing shit in crash helmets.
Yeah. Exactly.
Listen, guys. I'll just before I go, I mean, sorry to be full of doom and gloom because my take is that we are getting our asses kicked. Unfortunately, and I'm not completely resigned to it. It is possible to turn it around, but we do need more numbers. But one final point is. A lot of people say that with mass non-compliance is the best way to turn it round, and I do agree with that to a point. But I think we're at the stage now where not even mass non-compliance would work. What's your take on that?
I disagree. I think that mass non-compliance would work because they simply haven't got enough numbers. The army have never been deployed in the recent years after COVID-19 one.
Yeah.
Have they? They didn't get deployed anywhere
No,
in the
they
UK,
did- no.
even though everyone thought they were. I'm not sure the army would do the dirty on their own citizens here in the UK. I don't know.
I think they probably would because
You
soldiers
reckon?
follow orders. Yeah, because the soldiers follow orders.
Oh, mate, don't get me wrong. I don't promote the military or police, but I'm...
And don't forget the police. The police have been following those orders. I mean, the police have been doing it.
Yeah, but my
They'll
point
beef up
is
their
there's not
resistance.
enough police bodies to police the whole of the UK. They would have to draft the army in if it was mass non-compliance.
Yeah, they would. But the final kicker is I don't think there will be mass non-compliance. I'll tell you
No,
why.
I agree. I don't think there will be either, but there should be.
There will be non-compliance, but not enough. But
I think if there was mass non-compliance and the government sent all the police out and it wasn't enough and they deployed the army against their own citizens, I think a neighbouring country would get involved and stop it, personally. Because otherwise, like, that's part of the treaty and it's domestic violence against your own people. Like, otherwise we're in a full fucked up, the whole world's going to go to shit. Maybe that's what they want, I don't know. But that's, if you think along a timeline, that's what would happen.
Okay, look, just last thing then, guys. The kicker for me, the reason I think they're winning so well at the moment is because they seem to have an endless supply of useful idiots, I should say. This beggars belief for me. And obviously, you saw people for what they were from 2020 onwards, didn't you? Or a lot of people, but. Where the hell do they get this endless supply of useful idiots from? There's just so many of them.
It's just the media mind control, mate. The only thing we have to worry about is useful idiots who will actually act on it physically, because most of them are just useful idiots from behind a keyboard and a camera.
That's true.
The vast majority.
With a placard as well.
Yeah, the vast majority are pussy. So I wouldn't say they're useful idiots. They're that much to worry about. The odd one, yes.
The police are useful idiots.
I think they used very good camera angles in many cases. I was looking at a lot of the photos of the alleged anti-racist protests that happened on Wednesday night, and they were saying there was thousands and thousands of people there. And you know, I know a little bit about crowds. I know a little bit about photography, and I was looking, and it looked to me like there was 1,000 or 2,000 people. They were saying like 10,000, and they. You know, taking some very strategic photos to make it look like there were many more. Exactly the same.
They can always do that.
Exactly the same as they do when there's a mob of violent protesters beating the shit out of stuff. So it works for both sides. It's just a case of which side of the hemisphere of the peasant brain they want to pluck on that particular day.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
it's just very interesting.
I'll clear the line now, guys. Just want to say. Look, I mean, this show's been an absolute godsend for me over the last few years. It's just fantastic, and it's great to know there are like-minded people. And because I don't meet them, I never seem to meet them in the real world, unfortunately.
They are out there.
Yeah, and I know. Well, this proves they are out there because obviously, they got the.
We had 420 people tuned in live a minute ago. We're now down to 378, which is still fantastic.
Well, great, fantastic. Shout out to those 420 odd people. Shout out to those guys because they're fantastic guys as well. So, thank you for the show. As I say, absolute godsend. Keep up the amazing work, guys, and all the very best. Speak to you again, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely. Feel free to call in on the next show for customer service. It's great to chat to you, mate.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
All right, take care. Rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Well, the phone lines have not stopped ringing so far. We have obviously a lot of people that want to get thoughts off their chest about what's been going on in the UK in the last couple of weeks. I've still got some more slides with some other talking points here. Andy PG brought to my attention some of the posts from this guy, Thomas P. Sheridan. He's actually blocked me on Facebook. Oh, okay. Enough of that. We've got our next caller. Hi there. Welcome to Rise Above.
Hello.
Hi there. What's your name?
It's Q-Trax.
Oh, Q-Trax. Good to hear from you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourselves?
Yeah, not too bad. We're surviving. We are living through the clown apocalypse day by day.
I just wanted to put a little glimmer of hope on you guys. So I think it's something you've missed with the riot thing.
Sure, go for it.
Well, like just what you pointed out there, that they've made a huge effort to make it look like there's thousands of people there doing. I completely agree. You're absolutely right. But the other thing I noticed through watching all the footage is there's a hell of a lot of police there.
Yes.
Like an abnormal amount of police, especially like at the Rotherham riots and some of these other riots, and the way the police handled it. I think it was quite deliberate, the way that they've allowed the alternate media to film that process and what they've allowed them to film. So, like, there's a lot of these independent media channels that are out there that, are doing that. And I think they've played on that. And I don't think they have anywhere near the amount of police to do something like, if it did kick off, they'd be fucked. I'm pretty sure they would be. So,
well, all we ever hear on a national and on the county level is how understaffed, under-resourced the police are, the problems that they have in recruiting new police officers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all we ever hear about, and they're already overwhelmed with what's going on before civil unrest. And now, like Stalin is talking about 6,000 new special officers for a standing army to be anti-far right protest stormtroopers or whatever. Where are they going to come from?
Exactly. I don't think there's any possibility of them being able to hire people quick enough. I just don't see it at all. I mean, there can't be that. I mean, the amount of people they must be turning over at the moment, the amount of people that, all those people that have probably dealt with that riot, I mean, I guarantee most of them have probably only been working maybe a month, 2 months. They're not going to all be people that were seasoned.
Well,
There's just no way. Just looking at the quality of the way it was policed and how they were, operating.
Let me just add this into the mix, right?
It was a farce. It was a scripted farce.
No, you're saying it's a farce. You're saying some of those police, some of the G4S officers even, because some of them ain't even police. Some of them are basically security officers dressed as police. Might have only been working a month or two.
Too.
Right?
Actors as well.
Now, let me just point out, it was highly documented that in, like, the Soviet Union and in other sort of oppressive regimes, what would often happen is that they would put so many, like, poorly trained people, or actually into sort of overthrows and in revolutions, you could put these poorly trained people into places of administrative power deliberately, basically to crash the system. So what about if
that's what I think's going on, though.
Well, that's probably already going on, but what about if now, because of these potentially fake and potentially manipulated protests, you could bring in a load of emergency laws that even further relax the restrictions?
And that's what I think the agenda of this whole farce has been, is to fast track digital IDs, and they're doing that using the immigration thing, because they're going to say, oh, we've got all these illegals running about, but if we're all on digital ID, everything will be rosy. That's how they're going to play it, aren't they?
Yeah, and the immigrants will love the digital ID because it will come with a whole host of benefits, including like social credits, housing credits, food credits. In fact, for them, it will be the only way they'll be able to get any credits.
I think their ideal situation for these riots would have been for them everybody to kick off, and it did go off badly, and then they could just turn around and say, right, martial law, everything's getting locked down. And I think that was probably their ideal situation for the outcome of it.
Well, I think I've actually got it on the screen here because I called this, I said it to my mum when all this first started. I said, within a week, you're going to hear about anti-riot lockdowns. So this was sometime last week. Breaking, the UK government advisor John Woodcock calls for Soviet-style lockdowns to suppress anti-migration protest. We should cast our minds back to the days of Divik 91, when the public accepted an emergency situation that we prepared to back and lawmakers were prepared to support. So that's exactly what we're talking about.
That explains a lot, because I had my mate contact me, because I work here in town in Sheffield, and I had my mate contact me and say, hey, have you got the day off tomorrow? I was like, well, what's going on? Like, he's like, well, the whole of town's going to be shut down tomorrow or Wednesday because of this so-called thing, and and I was like, hang on, what's the first I'm hearing about it, And it wasn't even, our store wasn't even closed. There wasn't anything, but there was probably, I would say, there's probably about 50% less traffic on the road in the city as a whole. just as a result of the fear of it, you know.
Do you remember in the height of the Soviet Union where at one point they were doing like these different stage lockdowns with numbers, and different areas were having different numbers? They were being like zoned off.
I was living in Weymouth back then when that all happened, and you know what? Nothing changed me in that whole thing.
Yeah.
Like my life didn't change one bit. But I wasn't living in Sheffield, so I'm not sure how that worked out here.
There was one place up north, or in the northern Midlands, I can't remember where it was, but they got basically put on super high alert, like number 1 lockdown. And they actually had it really harsh, like people getting policed as soon as they went out of their house and stuff like that.
Was that Birmingham area?
It was somewhere like that, or it was somewhere near Birmingham. It might have been Wolverhampton or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Like, I don't know anything about it, though. I mean, I don't know what...
They were almost saying at the time during the Soviet Union that there was like different strains that were hitting different areas, like different super virulent strains. Well, imagine if they wanted to do regional lockdowns with this one, using this model, it would be so much easier. You could just send in a load of football hooligans that are on parole that will do anything you say to get their parole shortened, or you send in some actors to smash a few windows, but you call it a far-right riot. Then you have some Muslims turn up to defend the area from the far right that they think's there. Then you send in some Soros people with all their pre-made banners saying, "We hate far right, we love immigrants." And before you know it, you've got the perfect recipe to shut down any area of the country.
They need all of them to make it work, though. They need that divide to be happening for that to even work, don't they? And the other thing, I think, is there is such a minority of those kind of minded people that are like the people that would have caused aggro, and the ones that have been causing it at these so-called riots and stuff are obviously... There's other things going on. It's not just like people wanting to cause aggro, which obviously there's a few of, but I think it's just been hyped to the point is where they want people to think that that's the case.
Yeah, because then they respond to it in a real way, and I think it's very important to point that out.
And it gives them the opening to bring these things in, like I said, but I don't think it went as well for them as they were hoping. Initially, even I got kind of sucked into it a little bit, like thinking, oh, what's going on here? And then I'm seeing all this stuff being posted, and it's like, well, it'd be interesting to see what happens. At that point, I hadn't clicked that it was, one side being played off against the other.
Yeah, because like what I haven't really seen is a load of masked Muslims with swords actually fighting the far right. What I've seen is a video of some pissed up guys with Stella cans that look like football hooligans fighting the police. And then I've seen separate videos of what look like young masked Muslim men with weapons in their hands patrolling the street looking for the far right and not finding them, and maybe putting a brick through a pub window or something like that.
Some people have been fucked up on the street.
No, there is a case. I think a couple of people got stabbed and someone got attacked with a hammer.
But again, that's...
Obviously, a mosque has been burnt down.
Localised.
That definitely...
Police station got torched.
Those things really happened.
Yeah.
So it's important to point out that when we say that something is staged or manipulated, we don't necessarily mean that it didn't actually, in a very real way, happen.
It's all about how it's reported, isn't it? It's like what it's been reported as. It's like that kid that got done for... He got ran through the news for... He poured a bottle of water over a kid's head, and because the kid was of a different race, it was deemed that was a racist attack.
Yeah, I've seen it. That was in Tommy Robinson's movie, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah, but that seemed pretty legit to me. That
I agree.
That kind of thing happens, and that's how the media do report that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know. I agree that was a total media cover up, and they completely lied about literally every single part of that story.
And but obviously, him being the character that he is, I didn't even know Tommy Robinson was until about 3 days ago.
Seriously?
I'm so far out of the loop, I just don't pay any attention to any of this shit anymore. And
I find it very, very third party.
That's how
from a leveled onlooker, do you think that that movie that Tommy Robinson reported on, because it wasn't like anything to do with him, he just reported the facts about the the school incident, which the media spun as a complete lie. What do you think? Do you think he was paid? Do you think he was put up to do that as part of the? Yeah, you do.
It stinks, man. The production quality is too high. That's always a bit stinky for me.
Right. Okay.
But given the facts that I know now, on top of that, I would say, I mean, I only watched half of it. I got about halfway into it.
I haven't seen the latest one from him.
I've watched it, mate.
I've seen the other one he made where he went up against John Sweeney from the BBC because John Sweeney was basically trying to slander him and get him done with an undercover microphone with an undercover reporter. But Tommy Robinson did it back to John Sweeney and they sent this woman to get him pissed up. And he literally pulled John Sweeney's pants down. He had him admitting on camera that he was offering people money to lie about him and stuff like that. And I was like, this is actually a really good documentary.
The same as in his movie, which was he got told by the courts if he released it he was going to get 2 years in jail. The media said that it was a racist attack on a child from an immigrant family. He got like undercover footage where they didn't know he was filming him of all the teachers who all got fired from it, who were pissed off, lived in like some of them council estate houses, just normal people, saying that the little kid who got the bottle of water poured over him was a little cunt.
Right.
To multiple people. So the point of the movie isn't anything to do with race or religion or anything. It's how the media completely lied and used it to create a massive racial stir. That's the point of the movie. Yeah, it's nothing to do with Tommy Robinson.
It's opening the doors for him as a person to come to feed you with bullshit, isn't it?
Because it's almost like they as soon as we stop hating each other and start looking at the people that are creating the narratives that create the hate, that's when the problem occurs. It's okay as long as we carry on hating each other, because at the end of the day, that is always the plan.
I saw the video footage. All it was like a school ground scuffle. Literally, this dude pushed the dude over, got on top of him, opened a bottle of water, like a 500ml little bottle of water, and poured it over his head, and then fucked off. That was it. And he said to him, like, "Are you talking out?" Yeah, and that's all it was. And the media said it was like some far right racial attack, like hate crimes and shit.
Wow.
And the kid who did it, he's fucked. He's had to move away from the area and everything.
Fucking hell.
And he'd never get a job or anything.
That's crazy. Yeah, so we're definitely being peasant baited in multiple
100%. It's being bait for peasant.
No doubt. It's all scripted, in my opinion. Like the whole dynamic between these characters. It's like, I don't know. It stinks to high heaven to me.
No, I totally agree. Everything seems to be working in unison to just continually stir the pot. And the worst thing is, I was going to call someone out on it, but I couldn't be bothered. There's certain like people online who are just sort of like, you know, the anti-racist people, and all they're doing is pumping out posts or memes every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's irritating.
I've
unfriended multiple people this week.
People that are just, taking the piss out of basically British people, falling for the whole far right thing that every person that wants to go to a protest against immigration is far right.
So Becky S called it. She's named them truther trolls.
Truther trolls.
Yeah, within the truther movement, they're trolling other people when we should all be fucking united as one.
Yeah,
they're truther trolls.
No.
But my point is,
isn't it?
For me, that's just as bad as making a load of anti-Muslim or anti-immigrant memes and pumping that all day. It's causing exactly the same division. Yeah. But they don't see it like that. They just see it as there's no sides. There's just the racists and everybody else. And if they carry on with that mentality, all they're going to do is just create an even bigger divide where people won't.
They're just pawns to the wall, aren't they? That's what they are to these controllers.
Yeah, absolutely. Auntie Covey has just put a great quote here. Isms and phobes used to silence rational thinking. # the Frankfurt School. Yes.
Anything with an ism.
The masters of cultural Marxism.
Yeah.
Just stay away from anything with an ism.
Yeah, don't do the isms.
Yeah.
Well,
it's nice to talk to you chaps anyway.
Q-Trax, thank you very much for calling in, man. Thank you very much
Appreciate
for joining
what you
us.
do, man.
No, thanks for joining us, and thanks for your support, mate.
Thanks for keeping it real.
Respect, rise above.
Peace out.
Peace out, mate.
rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Where is the bartender? It's midnight. We need
He
some
is
music.
in the green room currently.
Bartender, can you come in and play some tunes for us? So, guys, like I mentioned to you earlier on, Rise Above will be back live in 2 weeks. We do broadcast every week, but we're live every other week. And next week, we have got a very special guest. Not in the studio, he's joining us remotely, but he's going to be fully loaded.
Yeah.
With a presentation.
Both barrels.
We're going to be talking about everything to do with hidden history, resets, mud floods.
Personal friend of Archaic's.
Tartaria, and everything in between.
That's awesome.
Ancient Antiquitech, Martin Leakey of Flat Earth British
That's
is
awesome.
going to be joining us next show, which is in 2 weeks' time.
Remember, I've told you guys many times.
You have been summoned, Bartender. Okay, we've got a couple of minutes.
All right,
Chat. Lance, you got some memes or something?
Yeah, we've got some memes. Let's go back. Where were we?
Martin Leakey. 2 weeks, guys. Tune in.
Yeah, I'll just
be
get
there
rid of
or don't.
So, where did we get to?
Also, we're going to Serbia next month.
Oh yeah, let's look at.
Let's get Thomas Sheridan. Shout out to Thomas Sheridan. Like Lance, especially, doesn't agree with a lot of stuff he says. I don't agree. He thinks people live on a spinning
I
ball.
actually thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, he was bang on with all of this, mate.
I just called him out because he supports NASA.
Yeah, he
by the
thinks
way,
we live on a spinning ball. But then again, you better call out Mark Passio because he does as well.
The phone lines are closed.
I'd like to see that.
And he was also. He also liked Marina Abramovich. But anyway, I said something, well, obviously struck a nerve to him, so he blocked me. But in the last couple of days, he's been saying some interesting
I've been
stuff.
feeding Lance with his screenshots
he sends me
of
these
his posts.
screenshots. PG does. So what's this? A war with Russia is actually starting to seem appealing compared to the peace the globalists are giving us. Maybe this is their plan. I think that's
This is very something to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about.
Shout out to Putin.
It's sort of kind of in line with Jason Archaic's prediction that this is going to be a long haul.
It's going to be dirty. It's going to be gritty.
Of lots of small-scale violence.
Also, shout out to Green.
But this wasn't the only thing that Thomas Sheridan said.
Yeah, he's very vocal. Starmer is easily the most terrifying politician of my lifetime. Even worse than Hillary Clinton. She was evil with some level of self-preservation, at least. Starmer would launch the nukes of diversity from rainbow-coloured bunkers at Russia without NATO agreement.
Whoa.
He is pure demon. Perhaps even the earthly egregoric generation of Lance
Nyarlathotep
itself. We are not in a good place with this entity. Not just the UK, but the entire world. Like, if you actually take some time to digest that.
What
that's
the fuck is Nyarlathotep?
Well, Thomas Sheridan's a high-level pagan. So, I mean, that's... I'll be honest, that's above my station. Maybe that's one for Jason Brashears.
Nyarlathotep.
Maybe it's just a deity with multiple names and he's calling it its proper name or something. Or I don't know, but it sounds pretty fucked up, this entire post.
And then...
you got this one.
This was actually my favourite one. So... For anyone that doesn't know, this is the guy that was photographed after the far right allegedly broke into Greggs at the height of their anti-immigrant protest. They smashed into a Greggs. This guy nicked a whole tray of uncooked sausage rolls that he's obviously going to take home and cook for himself.
Was it actually sausage rolls? Because we can't see in the picture.
Steak baked sausage rolls.
Was it the full deal?
But Thomas and obviously people that I mentioned a minute ago that say they're anti-racist that have just been making these memes about the far right all week, basically alienating half the country.
Well done, guys. Doing a sterling job of being Ramesh.
Quiet. Kyle Rattigan says queer Stalin is a pure rainbow nonce. Why doesn't he get that? I can't find the comment. It's gone. Right, so everyone's going on about this guy who stole these sausage rolls from Greg. Thomas Sheridan says, have you noticed how the Marxist Abrahamic profane have developed an obsession with rioters looting Greggs? What is the main product? Pork. All right.
Thanks,
Bartender. We know that
Sound
works.
check.
Right, we'll just finish this off. Who is the main adversary of the European? We are all going to have to start raising the charge of Persian and Arabic pagan gods on our side. The psychic world always erupts to the surface in the context of a symbolic language only we non-Abrahamics can properly decipher and use to our advantage. Observe his stance. He is like Hermes, delivering a message from the gods, a sausage roll message. Of course, this is all the result of mass petitioning of Dionysus, the god of frenzy, during the Olympic opening ceremony.
And Dionysus has obviously been very prominent, the story of that in the recent...
Yeah.
Let's break this down. What he's saying is that the construct, universe, whatever you want to call it, speaks in ways that it isn't...
A Christian would say God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
Jason would say, that's awesome, and this is an isometric holographic projection of the archetype of Hermes the messenger god.
Or maybe he would say...
Oh, politics.
Showing that in the holosphere, the Christian world must savour their pork sausage rolls before the Muslim invaders take them away. Is that what he's trying to say?
I don't know, mate, but like to Muslims, pork is the forbidden.
And to Rastas.
Big
up Mark Anthony.
Not just to Muslims, but like,
many people are averse to swine.
Yeah, because the reason for that, I believe, this is my understanding, is that it's supposed to be derived of human genetics.
Master Lee said that, didn't he?
Yeah, mixed with wild boar, but that's where the pig came from allegedly, and that's why they don't do it. Not maybe a lot of people who follow these religions don't even know that. They think it's for another reason. Whatever. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought this is a very interesting post from.
Right, I think we're ready for the bartender. Are you ready? Right, guys. So let me just have a little recap. I'm not so good with this new restream. It's not smooth.
Hectic, mate.
It is hectic. It's not as smooth as before. Remember, in 2 weeks' time, we are back with none other than Martin Leakey of Flat Earth British. Right about now, the bartender's in the house, and for the last hour. Until 1 a.m, he's going to bust some tunes. We'll see you next week for a recorded show, and in 2 weeks' time, live with Flat Earth British, right after 5. Play the tunes. Sound of the bartender, biggest, baddest mixer blender. How are the levels? Let us know how we're sounding. Rise above.
Are we level with Flat Earth?
Take out them tongue, limb by limb, we a go cut them down, send for the oxa. Take out them tongue, limb by limb, we a go cut them down, send for the oxa. Take out them tongue, limb by limb, we a go cut them down, send for the oxa. Take out them tongue, when them see me, see the hit man a come. See me, say me just can't done. See me, see the hit man a come. See me, say me just can't done. One time.
I'll do the things you think of, but I'm missing you. I'll do the things you dreamt of if mine can come true. My dreams are made up of the things that I would do, 'cause my thoughts keep running down a winding road that leads to you.
Yeah, yeah. Sound of Bartender, riseabove.tv. Ooh la la. He be my boom selector, the bartender. Biggest, baddest mixer blender. We're coming on bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector, one called bartender. Straight from the outer realms to in the center. The darkest part of winter, what do you enter? Better still, tell me how you enter. This double LMC, bruv, I'm no pretender. Raw tender. Big shout to Seema Dragon. Viru. Andy Pandy 33. I see ya. Pick up Jay the Rage Redwood. Yes, yes. Andy PG took the only functioning lighter. There's no misunderstanding the landing, and the skills expanding. Check, check. Bartender. There's no misunderstanding of landing man, and the skill is expanding. I'm branding man, lyrically outstanding. So if I'm ever stranded, man, I keep my hand in. It's a bang of full capacity, anger at MC's audacity, cliffhanger grip tenacity, cliffhanger grip, grip, grip. Standard, no misunderstanding. MC nobody else here when I've landed. Lyrical skill be branded, branded lyrically outstanding. Raw tender. Big shout to Auntie Cobia. I didn't forget you. I literally quoted you earlier on. Big shout to Q Tracks, thank you for calling in. Remember, if you want the proper scoop, you've got to subscribe to Patreon. All the research goes on there first. Precaution as you enter. Take precaution as you enter. You bite into the apple with that razor up in the center. Mike Defender. Leave pretenders looking for the dentures. The time to bite the underdog with #1 contenders. Rolling for the entrance. Checking every word in a sentence. Pensions for dimensions. My lyrical extension called confession. Scaring them in a slightly clear progression. No matter what your creed, your color, or your skin complexion. With the session. LSI, L skin injection. Raw tender. Live inside here. Learn your lesson.
Warning, distorted.
Wow. Yes, Bartender's going in. Big shout to everyone in the chat. Chantel Charmaine, Lord Doomsworth, Auntie C, See my dragon. Let me roar with fire and bun them. It's unpredictable. The way your busty's lyrical. Messages throughout your avenues and terraces. If you went down with me, I'll be your nemesis. I'll shake your eyelids out, just going to you need a therapist. Time to meet the specialist. MC double L be so deadly into the premises I never miss. When I spit verbal flames, blazing up some hurdle, then I shoot you all again like.
Oh, it's a bad boy tenor. If you wanna hear the bass like Trem, I say, oh, tenor, bad boy.
Where's your lighter?
The baddest sound boy ever. Oh, it's a bad boy tenor. If you wanna
You took the only functioning lighter. This one doesn't work. Bartender. Big up B-Room. Big up BP, thank you.
I like to wear all my jewelry at once. In my finest shoes, all the girls, them a glance. I found my blueberry boo and I do dance. It's a rock steady romance. She said, with a swagger like that, you must be keep up. And I said, yes, Missy, you guess right. I don't wanna kill a son of a power, so it's just fun. Just keep on fun.
Dangerous. Dark, hazardous, scandalous. Raw tender. Ooh. Becoming bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector. It's double NMC alongside Mr. Raw Tender. Holy shit, I forgot to tell everyone. Me and Andy have been invited on Archaics this week. Maybe Wednesday, next week. Maybe Wednesday, maybe Friday. We're going to be live on Archaics and we're going to be talking about what's going on in the UK. That was our bigger announcement and I totally forgot about it.
This one is the answer. So brutal, come with steel and armor.
Yeah, you heard it here first. That means you've got to stay glued to Archaics during next week. It will be live, I believe. It might be Wednesday night, it might be Friday, I just don't know yet. Write that shit on testament. Lays with untold relevance of my lyrical intelligence. A new stage, a new development in the everlasting race. Identify that fifth element. Naming the drum and the bass, I'm checking the pace. The tempo, never heard before. Flagship rapper, big culture, busting up the flow once more. From this day until the end of time, raw tender spin the rip of double level speaking rhyme. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many microphone, too many mic I bust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It's very, very dark and it be very, 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 very. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Very, very dark, very, very dangerous. It's a style you can't touch. The most explosive matter is the raw tender. Big up to Sniper Mike UK. From AIX, I broke free straight from AIX. Yo, I broke free from AIX. It don't see the way I flex. Holy shit. Yo, beware the shapeshifters, transdimensional entities. Yo, beware the shapeshifters, transdimensional entities manipulate your destiny. I got the remedy, raise up your frequency. Open your heart, cuz. Yo, beware the shapeshifters, transdimensional entities manipulate your destiny. I got the remedy, raise up your frequency. Open your heart, cause fear is the enemy. The enemy. Fear is the mind killer. So when we rise above, we extinguish fear because we generate love. Remember, catch Rise Above on Archaics coming live this week. You heard it here first.
Big man thing, what it look like?
You might need a helmet, protect your neck, you're about to get wet. Get up. Big man thing, what it look like?
Bartenders causing a big problem. Okay. Raw tender, double L skin. Rise above. Affirmative action's been taken. Many rules that we're breaking. A brand new sound that we're making. Which is here, the hours for the taking. Forget about them fakers, cause they be forever faking. Okay. Big up Casey Connolly, big shout to all the crew at Liberty Silver Designs. Check out the Rise Above pendant.
End up in a mess. Yes. End up in a mess. Life where we live is like a game of chess. Make the wrong move and you end up in a.
This tune is something else.
And you end up in a mess. Yes. I respect that. And you end up in a mess.
I respect many people for the job they've done. I respect.
Yeah, raw tender. I'm a rhythm abider, buster one-liner. Be the game so I'm an old-timer. Lyrical flowing tight like vagina. I'm a rhymer, I'm a creeper. Ready to surf it, turning it deeper. Some a follower, some of them a leader. Some are stronger, some of them are weaker. Some are pupils, some of them a teacher. Some of them rolled in my Nike sneaker. Right, one little pop that speaker. Blowing up that Al-Qaeda. Some are followers, some of them a leader. Some of them are stronger, some of them are weaker. Some are pupils, some of them a teacher. Raw tender, pop that speaker. Old school jungle styly. Raw tender, rise above.tv. Yeah. That original drum and bass sound. Big up Q tracks.
Bloody Nora.
Even if I told you, I know you won't believe. It's like I see my whole life flashing right before me. So even if I told you, I know you won't believe. It's like I see my whole life flashing right before me. So even if I told you, it's like I see my whole life flashing right, 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 even if I told you, I know you won't believe. It's like I see my whole life flashing right before me. Even if I told you, I know you won't believe. It's like I see my whole life flashing right, flashing right, flashing right, flashing right, flashing right, flashing right.
Bartender. He's really not mucking about tonight. RiseAbove.tv. Each and every Friday. Live every other Friday. Remember, support us on Patreon. RiseAbove.tv. Go to the shop. Holy shit.
Monster sharks.
yo, you have a license to play this? How my operator have a license, man? If you get a license to play them kind of dope plate here, you know. What's you want to get locked up? Sure. Tell you, you're dangerous enough. We have the dance under full control. Let that show.
Hey, I just saw Johnny walking down the street and he's such a fucking twat.
Sound of the bartender. Last 5 minutes. Remember, Rise Above is back next week with a recorded show. And we're back live the week after that with Martin Leakey, Flat Earth British.
Just saw Johnny. Such a fucking twat.
Yes, the bartender playing us out. It's the last one. Wicked. Last one from the bartender. This is probably the best Super Mario remix I've ever heard. Bartender. Rides above TV. Big up to everyone that's tuned in. We'll see you guys next week. Rise above.